Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Or should I say, welcome back to the Shire, because we got more Hobbit holes. Yep, gonna be doing more of these guys. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry for the delay. Just all kinds of things popping up here. Those carrots, well, some kind of vegetables there. Also, some bananas in there too. So, yep, this one is from last night here. Hey there, Valfira. Nice to see ya. There was some possibilities for fun results, but nothing really came up this week, right, Phil? Well, I mean, it all depends what happens with BYU. Otherwise, not a whole bunch of super interesting stuff, at least as far as results go. We had a bunch. It was very close. Nice to see you there, Landrast. You know what? I'm just gonna start. We're gonna start this off in the usual way. Yeah, it started out 10-0 Valferis, so I thought, well, maybe something interesting is actually going to happen here. And then, then it wasn't that way anymore. Wisconsin, I don't know if you saw what was going on there. They actually, well, I'm not sure what the heck Washington was doing. And yeah, I think there's going to be, let's see, between Florida State and LSU, I think there's going to be a couple of, there's going to be some puckering going on there. I don't think people are too happy down in the bayou. Do you, Vilfred? I don't think so. I think there's a couple of people not super happy about this season. Just like we were talking last night, right? You gotta win games. At least in this new area, you gotta win games. So we're doing nothing super different here. We're gonna get this mixed up. This is the Mars Black. The other one was the Van Dyke Brown. And of course, we're going to interject some other stuff too. Alrighty, let's do this thing. In the usual way, nothing super fancy here. Gotta remember on the inside though to start out with the fiery stuff. The last one I kind of had a little space cadet moment there and didn't get that started the right way. So Landrast, I hope that last well now that you got the buildings going. I guess Landrast, would you say, I don't want to say it's the easy part, but would you say it's the easier part? Yeah, Velfer, there was a part of me that really thought for a second there that might go a little bit pear-shaped for him. That's what I was hoping for. Oh, and Clemson too. Velfer, yeah, they needed a miracle. They needed a miracle today to survive. So there was a whole bunch of potential today for all kinds of mischief. So yeah, Landrast, hopefully you're having success with the prints. I know that you kind of can't sleep on anything because you never know where the weird printing stuff is gonna happen. It's usually in the part you suspect. It's like, oh, this should print out real easy, and that's the part where all of a sudden things go boom or something like that. So hopefully you're also feeling better today. That's well because you were short. What, 3 people, or was it at least two? I think you were short at least two, possibly three. Hopefully, now I'm sure that was a blast. Yeah, Velfira, and Smoo. Yeah, Smoo had a little bit of a scare too. So there was a lot of scares out there. We didn't get the follow through. I kind of thought. Well, remember, I wasn't super sure that there was going to be a lot of upsets. I mean, it turns out that was right, but boy, oh boy, it wasn't for lack of trying, really. Again, no huge mystery, secret, whatever here. What's going on? We're just going to keep hammering away like this. Also, I did actually print out the little log that goes to that thing. Where did I even put that sucker? Oh, it's over there. Now I see it. Did we get everything here? I think so. Hey there, Michaels. How you doing? So, Michael, hopefully it was a good Saturday for you. Wasn't sure how much stuff you were able to get done. Hopefully a bunch. Hopefully it was also a very productive day. Alright, well there's that. While that sets, let's just start getting into here. Let's not fool around. Hey Leaky Spigot, how you doing? It's been a very, very busy day, but happy to get to Hobbit hole number 6. This was number 5 last night. This is going to be number 6. Holy smokes. And actually printing out number 8. So Landris, I kind of decided to go ahead with the some of that the Hobbit stuff from Printing Goes Ever On. I wasn't going to initially, but now I'm just going to say, yeah, you know, let's just roll with that. Well, that's good there, Michael. Yeah, Michael. Wow, Velfir, it's a good thing that you're not watching the Kansas BYU game. Holy smokes! Don't put that on. Yeah, that it would be too horrifying, Velfira. There's somebody dressed as a container of mustard. Seriously, there's someone dressed as a container of mustard. So that makes it a little bit too horrifying. That is not for the faint of heart. Let's see. So yeah, Leaky Spigot, we've been doing for what, the last 2 weeks, doing the Hobbit holes. I actually have, well, actually right now I've got the Loot Studios stuff printing out, the first batch of the Arthurian stuff. But I also have build plates that I've been making of more of the Printing Goes Ever On Hobbit stuff. Just, again, I'm sure I printed out this stuff somewhere else, but just in case, I've got a whole bunch of Hobbit stuff that is going to be set to print, well, this coming week. So I think one person is dressed as a hot dog, the other one is dressed as mustard. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, especially since it's not Halloween. But then it is college football, and you're gonna get that kind of stuff. Hey there, Dark Horse. Nice to see ya. So yeah, Leaky Spigot, you can go back and watch all the other. Oh, gee whiz, we didn't get any Perline Red out here. There it is. There's some more. I knew there was like, wait a minute, there's a little bit of a space over there. Usually there's something in that space. Let's see. Yeah, Velfira, it's that kind of Saturday. Nobody's getting a free pass, right, Dark Horse? So yeah, well, Michael, you know how dangerous mustard actually is. We don't need Velfira to give us a blow-by-blow account of just how deadly mustard can potentially be. Well, Leaky Spigot, no problem. No problem, because all you have to do is watch all of the, you can see all of the, whatchamacallit, the highlights. Yes, you can see the highlights. They're all saved. So yes, indeed, you can, if you didn't get to see them live, they're all saved as highlights. So they're all still there. And I will be taking maybe one of them and turning that even into a YouTube vid. I'm not sure, Velvet, if you saw the link on the Patreon page. That is the thing that Ryan set up. So yeah, if you're wondering what that was, that's that kind of a little site there that Ryan set up where you can sort of peruse the Patreon vids, also the regular YouTube vids, also the Twitch highlights too. Now, right now, it's essentially kind of designed for folks that are signed up to the Army Painter level. I think maybe we'll try to have it be for something more. Right now, again, it's just for Army Painter, which is okay because that's like the most complicated one, right? People are always looking around for videos there because when it's the painting pyramid level, that's way less links. Because that means, let's see, so there's like 100 Dark Sword episodes and about 200 Army Paints. That's like 300 less videos that you have to go through when you're just on the Army Painter level. Velfir, I'm looking for, actually, Grey Wolf is sending some, he's sending a whole bunch of flock and foliage stuff. And I think he said that might be here maybe even Tuesday or something like that, I guess. So we can have some fun maybe trying to do that video. Well, maybe Wednesday is when I'll have it. Maybe Wednesday into Thursday, that's when I have a chance to film that. So Dark Horse, well, one of the games where things got a little bit nervous was not the game against Mercer. That's a huge surprise, I know. That's shocking that Mercer didn't put up a bigger fight. But boy, there were some squeaky bums, as the British might say, today. I think so. Oh, that's sitting over here. Could have just used this here. Again, there's no rocket science to this. It's a good thing too, because I don't know rocket science. Hey there, Denethor, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Let me see. So, Denethor, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat there, like always, please go ahead. So Dark Horse, actually, it's been a little while since we've seen the Tomb Kings. Let's go on over there and get to those Tomb Kings. I just want to get this stuff on here first, though, so it has a chance to set. So bear with me here. I just need that stuff on there. Again, so it has a chance to set, and then we can again go and do some other whoops. Holy smokies, that is, well, that was way too much. I'm going to just grab me a paper. Oh, I got a whole bunch of fresh paper towels here. So we're going to do that. Get some of that sponged off of there. Oh, thanks, Leaky Spigot. It's And the process is always developing. There's process, but we're constantly trying to tweak it, develop it, find new things all the time, which kind of leads to a constantly improving process and makes it definitely more and more rapid. Well, like I've said 1,000 times, I sure wish that I had oils for this, because this would have been a heck of a lot easier with the oils. Well, it would have been a lot faster, that's for sure. Here, one second, I'm just got my hands full over here. Now I think I can get to it. But remember, we redid this one with the, we had the old Cetra chariot, the metal one, and then we used the mummified horses from Titan Forge to redo that one. That was super fun. And oh, we've used the one-page rules War Sphinx right here. So yeah, there's the War Sphinx. Everything on this upper level was all that was all either sculpted from scratch or massively converted. So the Hyro Titan, the Colossus, those were all scratch sculpted there. Also the carrion birds, yep, those guys too. One second, okay. You can get a little better view of them right there. And of course, and on the blog, you can check out all of the process, speaking of a process, of making that display board for everything. Move down here, and all of those the hieroglyphs that you see there, those basically tell the story of the Silver Pharaoh. And again, I've got about 100 and some odd blog posts that cover that army. So there's tons of stuff that you'll be able to check out on the blog, the step-by-step stuff. I'm hoping that maybe with the website I can kind of redo that. Hey there, mate, Majar, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Majar. Hope everything is going fantastic. Just trying to squeeze that in there to get rid of. Okay, I think now we've kind of recovered from the crazy thing where that just slid right down in there. Talk about capillary action, right, Pharaoh? So Denethor, if you want to post your sculpting links there, please go ahead and do that. Leave that alone. Actually, I'm going to just put the, it's not Perline Black, it's going to be the Courbet Green once again. So back to the Courbet Green. I'm going to have this out here too. Let's just get this all going right away. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Denethor just shared. And of course, please give Denethor a follow, because Denethor is going to be eventually streaming some sculpting stuff and some painting stuff. Thanks, Dark Horse. So now you can kind of see, right, where all of our Tomb King stuff came from. And the snakes on that army were also that same kind of blue scales and everything, because the whole idea was that army was it was tainted by Tzeentch. So yes, imagine Tomb Kings tainted by Tzeentch. And that's why you had the crazy colors. There wasn't gold or anything like that. Hey Armin, how you doing? Thanks for being here. And again, everybody please please check out that link that Denethor shared. Yeah, Leaky Spigot, it's interesting because years and years ago, that's when I first kind of created the, as we call it, we still call it shaded base coat. Yeah, it was called shaded base coat. Just taking off this shirt here. One second. There we go. So again, we're using some of our dark green here. That's the Courbet green. And again, right now, the printer, the Bamboo, is doing some terrain from printing goes ever on. It's another one of the Hobbit holes there, because clearly 6 of these and the giant tavern is not enough. Let's just take some of this. Do some of this. And there. Now, I might even slap some of this on the roof while we're letting that set. There's the roof. Again, it's nothing as fancy here. Just put this on here and let it do what it's going to do. Get a mix of the Corbet green and some of our other stuff here. Well, that's fantastic, Denethor. That is fantastic, and well, I guess it can be crazy, Denethor. A lot of the stuff you spend a bunch of time on are things like emoticons, your alerts, and all that other kind of stuff. You would think, well, it's all about the camera, the sound, and all that others. Those are the critical things. But sometimes that's the kind of stuff that can drive you nuts, right, Grand Oracle? So, Grand Oracle, hopefully your Saturday wasn't too chaotic. And that's right. You got that. You're waiting on that printer. All right, we're just going to set this to the side, get that out of the way, and we're going to get ourselves some of this. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. We could certainly use some of that, Grand Oracle. Okay. I think there's a whole bunch of fans out there of various teams that are going to need a little bit more than that. Yeah, I think there's some folks that had themselves a rough day today. Even if they got the result they wanted, I think it was still, again, a little bit of a... some of those games were very adventurous. Let me see. So Grand Oracle, again, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Where's our one from last night? Now I printed out the log that goes on your sawhorse over there. And of course, we're going to be getting all the later stuff on the front of the Hobbit hole like we've got here. Everybody please give Leaky Spigot. Sorry about that, Leaky Spigot. I meant to give you a little bit of a shout out there. So, Leaky Spigot, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Grand Oracle, I'm not sure if you saw that the message there. I was saying you were looking for that one. I think it was you wanted the one with the true metallic metals. That's it. Well, now you can just search that, and it should take you to that video instead of you having to kind of hunt it down. So yeah, that's the thing that Ryan created. Well, let's see. I think now was that the full rolls or full spools, full spools, or was it the replacement variety? So yeah, for everybody that's on the Army Painter pledge level, well, and above, they all got those links. That sounds really good. Again, Leaky Spigot, if you want to share any Insta links or Discord or whatever in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So it's the dreaded refills. Okay. First, because I was wondering, it's like, I think the best price we ever saw for the full spools was it $16 there, Grand Orc, or was it 17? It was either 16 or 17 for the kind of the best deal on the spools. The full ones, anyway. I'm going to say that the fiery light doesn't quite reach out this far. See, here it's still kind of turned a little bit towards the red, which is fine. That's just fine. So everybody check out the Discord link that Leaky Spigot just shared. Please get Leaky Spigot a follow as well. Tone you down a bit. Gonna roll some of that into here. Also over here. And some over there. Not sure. What do we want to do with we already did the blue. We already did the red and the yellow. I guess we'll go back to some. You know what? We'll do the Corbe green. Let's try the Corbe green here. I'm going to take the... nope, not going to necessarily use the radiant green. Let me get some of the... There we go. Just got some of the Indian yellow in there to make that a little warmer. We got produce over here. Might even, you know what? Might even roll with a lighter green fence or something. Here, we haven't done that. That might be fun. Well, that's good, Grand Orca, and I know it can be frustrating, right? That can definitely be frustrating. I'm glad that that's going to show up kind of when you were hoping now. So Leaky Spigot, well, one of the things we're going to be doing is all kinds of YouTube videos that show all the hobbitses that we've painted with this terrain, with dice from Baron of Dice. And eventually, what we're going to be doing is live streaming games of MESPG. Obviously using this as a setting. So can't wait for that. That should be super fun. But that's going to require a whole bunch of new graphics. See, yeah, Denethor, it's going to be like that's going to be like making a whole brand new stream. That's going to be an adventure, as the Hobbits say. That will definitely be an adventure. Hopefully that doesn't happen, Grand Oracle, and you get all the stuff that you're wanting on time and such. Let me do this and this. So yeah, I'm kind of liking the light green fence there. Now we switcheroo to more of a reddish brown over here. Like you do. I'm using, actually I think this is it's not Mars Violet, it's the, from the Reclaimed Earth colors. It's the red violet, whatever the reclaimed earth one was. Gonna keep hitting that with the reddish brown. Maybe even throw a little bit of that on those. So Velfir, again, hopefully feeling much better today. Than a couple of days ago, that's for sure. Fine, I'm going to take me some of that. And I might even use some of that too. Okay, now let's see what happens here. Nope, got to get a little bit of the... Is that gonna... that's pretty light. We're going to back off of that a little bit here. Ah, there we go. Yeah, Veilfarer, just sorry that it's been, gosh, I would just say 1 step forward, 12 steps back, half a step forward, 5 steps back, almost literally, especially if mustard is involved. Doing the same on some of these beams here. This is only a mid-tone here, and even that our light is not necessarily all that light. Now this is starting to settle down in here, so we're going to be able to start doing some of our darker stuff in between. There's a lot of flagstones in there. Alright, this we got to just let that set. We've done a bunch of stuff on there, now we got to just let that be. I'm going to snag some of this here. Ice blue, and let's do some, speaking of flagstones, let's do these guys out here. Here we go. I think these, like the other one, these go all the way to the edge. Like the other ones, which seemingly don't do that. And you can see how that fills in all those layer lines. Okay, we can only do so much of this right now. Why? Because there's a lot of that thinner still active here. Yeah, it's not going to be dry, but it does have to set before we can really get in here and start doing some precision stuff. Yeah, just taking the ice blue and we're just kind of scrubbing that on here. All right, well, it's 33 minutes in, and we're definitely establishing some stuff here, no doubt about it. We do have some nanners over here, so I want to at least get something on these. And back to some of our. This is that. That's our Puro Orange, which is, it's bizarre, I'm telling you, Grand Oracle. It just seems like it's a transparent until you start using it, and then suddenly it takes on these opaque qualities. It's just, it's crazy. Let me try to get some of this yellow on those, whatever those things are. Get more vegetables there. Gonna get some more of that light green on the door here. Okay. Alright, now let's get another brush. Let's start to do this darker stuff that we were talking about. Is this our... Yeah, that's pretty beat up right there. Yep, that is the Richardson Puro Orange. Now, I don't think... I mean, unless something super fun happens, I don't think we're going to be... I don't think we're going to have the Puro Orange from Williamsburg to test side by side. Much as we would like that, we're not going to have... I don't think we're going to have that. So Leaky Spigot says, where's that pesky Bilbo Bannanigans? There he is. There's Bilbo Bannanigans. He's going to be right over there watching to make sure nobody does any shenanigans with his Bannanigans. Take that as you will. And now it's the long journey of flagstones here. We got lots of these to do, and this is not really a pin line wash either. Some parts of it might be a little bit close to a pin line wash, but not really a pin line wash. Leaky Spigot, I am hoping that I can find some of the other Hobbit stuff and start getting that prepped. Because again, speaking of the Army Painter, so I did do a Patreon series on Hobbits. Regarding Hobbits, yes, there was an entire Army painting series on Hobbitses. Okay, there we are. But it's interesting. This is like one of the widest, biggest interiors. And this has the smallest flagstones. The other ones, like they're really tiny interior, like 3 flagstones in there. This has a ton of them here. And let me see, well, here we can, we'll just take the roof off of there. And you can see what we're building up to now. You can see what we're headed towards. That again was last night's building. And these are all from Miniature Land. That's where all of these prints come from. Now we'll be getting into stuff from Conquest Creations and Printing Goes Ever On next. So we're going to have a full-on like 6 foot by 4 foot Hobbit board. And Leaky Spigot, we have the special rules where if it's a Hobbit or a Goblin or even Dwarf, they can move around inside the Hobbit holes at full speed. If it's something that's, say, human-sized or man-sized, you have to roll a d6, and on a 1 or 2, you clock your head on a beam, and you get immobilized for that turn. And if you're larger than that, so now obviously trolls are not going in here, but say something like an Uruk-hai or something larger, now that's you need a 4, 5, or 6 to not get clocked by the beams or whatever is over your head. So yeah, we got special rules for Hobbiton. Leaky Spigot, since I have buildings that are so expansive, like, Leaky Spigot, you're going to love Lothlorien. Almost the entire game will be played above ground, because that's where all of the buildings are. And that's where all the objectives are going to be, because why would Lothlorien be just screwing around having all their important stuff on the ground? It'd have to be up in the trees. So now, being pushed off the tree, off of one of those platforms, you're pretty much falling to, you're just going to be a stain on the ground. So yeah, that's and of course MESBG. You don't necessarily have to kill someone to kill someone, if you know what I mean. You just basically have to push them, because when you lose a fight, let's say you lose the fight, you don't actually get wounded or whatever, you still get pushed back, which is why Middle Earth War at Sea is going to be so fun. So Leaky Spigot, I'm going to be taking the Middle Earth strategy battle game, and we're going to be making modifications to it, because what I want to do is use the War of the Ring board game as essentially a strategic AI. So for people that maybe are familiar with 40K and BFG, it would be like using a game of BFG to determine, it's like, okay, this planetary invasion is going to take place. They were able to land this much stuff successfully. Now we're going to do a smaller battle based on what was able to land and what's still on the ground. More of that here, so you can see how this is all starting to take shape there. Oh, and the other thing, of course, Leaky Spigot, we have a Middle Earth War at Sea. That's why we've been painting those boats. Now, of course, for the first time, I don't think anybody's ever seen the Army of the Dead get to use their special rule where they basically walk on water. Well, if we're playing Middle Earth War at Sea, Army of the Dead gets to walk on water. So yeah, unless there's maybe a river on the board, and we're going to have rivers. And of course, the Lothlorien board is going to be winter, so it's going to be even more difficult terrain. And what I'm hoping to do is make it where folks in the chat, if it's kind of a 50-50 thing, where I say, well, okay, we have to figure out, is so-and-so going to use their last point of might for this? Are they going to save it? Are we going to do a heroic combat here? A heroic defense? Then that way maybe the chat could decide, and that adds a certain amount of randomness to the game. Now, I did just put up a new YouTube vid today. It's a shortened version of the session where we were painting the elven ship, that massive elven ship. So that was super fun. As I was photographing that, I was reminded of just how humongous that thing was. Now, this is, again, not a pin line wash here. We don't want the same thing that happened before over here. Now, thanks, Leaky Spigot. I was also hoping to have some kind of campaign map using the hex tiles of some kind. But yeah, if you're familiar at all with the War of the Ring board game, there's going to be off-board actions and characters, because obviously Sauron himself, he wasn't going to be showing up in the Shire, or some random Rohan house is being pillaged by some orcs. You're not going to see Sauron there. But he is going to be doing some machinations off board, as you can imagine. And those are the kind of things that I want to have in the game, where you've got the characters and heroes and such kind of playing a role beyond just, okay, going in there and killing a couple of goblins. That might be a little too much. No, that's not too... Okay, I'm going to get a little bit more of that darker color then. I was thinking that was going to be too much, but... out here on the end of this of the hearth here. I feel okay about doing that. All right. Where is my floral orange? Oh, here it is. Plus some of the puro orange. Need to get that in there now. There we go. Some Indian yellow here. Breaking that down. It's well, that and the floral orange are certainly certainly very translucent. Again, I was going to put some actual kind of fire in here with my heavy gloss gel, but I said no, let's just do this. Okay, now that is starting again to that really starts to take shape there very quickly. Yeah, it's funny. Leaky Spigot, the first one that I did, I had a very different approach to this, and it took a whole lot longer to get through this portion of it. It's much different now. Is this yeah, we're gonna get a little bit more of the dark down here. Maybe yeah, take a little of the light away all the way up there. Now the Leaky Spigot, it will just be the paint effects because where's my here it is. Because remember, I got these little lights here, and that's what I want to stick in there. So yeah, we'll actually use an actual light in there for when it's basically supposed to be a nighttime scene. Where's my orange? That has been super. Again, the puro orange. I'm telling you, Grand Oracle, we're gonna have to do a tutorial video with that. Let's get some of that orange on this beam over here. So it's getting interesting. I think Orion's probably on his way home from the game. So the Cyclones did manage to win, which means if BYU loses, I think the Cyclones still have a chance. And I do believe the Jayhawks have scored a touchdown after a muffed punt. So again, now we're starting to get our orange glow in here. Can only extend it. I don't want to go too much over to here. I think we'll have some non-glowy colors out there. Either that or just a minimal amount. Yeah, there was some kind of a muffed punt or something there. I think that's what that was. Either that or it was a kickoff. I don't know. No, it had to be a punt. And I think it bounced off of somebody whose back was to the ball or something like that. Let me get the some of the orange out there. No. There we go. Wow, that's relatively dark out there. That's good. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, Velfer, wasn't sure what that was. All I saw was a scramble for a ball. I thought maybe it was a wide receiver that had caught a ball and then it tried to break a tackle and it fumbled or something like that. I kind of forget what the word is that usually a punt team will yell at the returner or the other guys around him. They'll say it's hot or if it's poison or something like that. I think I'm going to have a cough drop here. 1 second. Okay, let's do this. More of our orange over here. I guess we got a little bit thinner there. Of course, the more thinner we have, the easier it is to fill in the layer lines. However, the more that's going to turn into... Yeah, let's do this. It's going to just get down into our dark areas too. And maybe that's about it out there as far as the orange goes. Some of these closer ones, I'm just going to get a little bit of the red on the on the outside of these, facing away from our our hearth there. And now that that has to have a chance to set up. Let's just start doing some other stuff out here. Again, we got this pumpkin over here. Let's start getting some light on that. Again, just using the Puro orange here. Hey there, Thranuel. Nice to see ya. It's an early Sunday morning for you there. So happy Sunday there, Thranuel. That is definitely a very early Sunday for you. Actually, Thranuel, we might just have to make this Bilbo Bannanigans house, because look at that. There's a crate of bananas sitting there, so I think it's going to have to be Bilbo Bannanigans' house. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so, Thranuel. Okay. Need to darken this down. Oh, yep, same over here. Yeah, we can still make those, even with our red, make them a little bit darker there. So yeah, we've got Bilbo Bannanigans here. I think this has to be his house. Is that our... That is our brown there. Of course, we got these barrels here, which means it could be Half Pint's house. And of course, where is Half Pint? There he is. There's Half Pint. Score a little bit more of our lighter brown along the edge here. And now on top of the barrels. And then of course we've got the barrel rings here. So there's nothing specific for that. There is one that kind of looks a little bit more like it, I think. Well, that one kind of looks like a bag end right there. Either that or we do this one. Because it doesn't necessarily have any farm space. So maybe this one, maybe that one will be bag end. Because it's got more rooms to it also. It's probably actually, believe it or not, it might be the biggest Hobbit hole out of the 6 of them. So Majar, I hope that you're doing well today. Better than yesterday, because I know that yesterday wasn't the greatest of days. So again, hopefully yesterday had a decent ending, and then today was kind of a nice reset for you. Wow, that's taking my brownish color, combining it with the. Actually, I got the not indigo. I have the Payne's Gray out there again. Let's do that on the top here too. Come on. There we go. Also, of course, remember we've got more of the hay bales. We also have a little cart over here too. Well, actually, Majar, I'm kind of glad. Actually that there was tranquil enough where you could just kind of just to fall asleep to it and get some rest. Let me do this here. See if we can catch. Oh yeah. Let's make this later too. Gotta get these, at least something on these windows right now. Let me do something here real quick. So yeah, Majar, we've got. Now Monday is going to be a little bit different. We're going back to our. Oh geez, you just reminded me. I gotta print me some more of those ships. Okay, so that's gonna be a. We'll have to delay on the Hobbit hole stuff then. So yeah, we're gonna have to print the at least a couple of those carriers. Well, no, we'll just wait. I think we can do one build plate of the Hobbit stuff, which also will have some of the Arthurian basing stuff on it. Fortunately, the ship files, they don't take terribly long to print out. Where's my... That's the one we're sort of looking for here. That's gonna go here. I think I can actually start zooming in now as well. Let's get a zoom in here. There we go. And now this is even more of a dry brush right here. Because you can see it's less shiny. Less shiny means all those glazes are starting to set. They're still plenty wet. I mean, we can do all kinds of blending with them and such. Let me try to get that a little later. There we go. Let me see. So 59 minutes ago, of course, this had no paint on it. And I think it's pretty safe to say that about 40 minutes ago, all of this was super, super wet looking. I mean, it looked like we had just sprayed it with gloss paint or something. I think, no, maybe not. But the other one, the stones went over the edge. I'm not so sure about this here. Oh, gee whiz, we never did anything on these rocks. I always forget about those. Well, they're kind of out of sight, out of mind. Now, much like we did the darker stuff on these stones, and once again, see that it's not so shiny anymore. We'll go back into our lighter stuff there. So Majar, I haven't ever used any of the water-based stuff because I really definitely prefer the oils because I've always loved the oil paints. Now, I know a bunch of folks that have used the water-soluble stuff, and typically they immediately return to oils. So I take that as a sign that they didn't like them very much because they got them and then they stopped using them right away because they don't really dry any faster. And it's kind of a little bit like the alkyds, Mijar. There's things that you give up in order to have, I guess, and to me there is no convenience to the water-soluble stuff because, of course, we're only using this much of the high-quality odorless thinner. And to clean the brushes, we use this. And what's the first thing on it? Oh, look at that, dried acrylic. Also oil paint. Not hazardous, no vapors. Yeah, Majar, it just, since there is still oil in them anyways, it just makes no sense. And I think that too, it's just that people don't realize that they can, they don't need to use a whole ton of thinner. That they can just use that brush cleaner. I think actually BYU might have intercepted or something. Kansas was driving. Of course, this is the College Football Report brought to you by the Wapelville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. The guy almost looked like a wide receiver there. Like it was meant for him, a sidelight route meant for him. So you can see how this starts to stand out. And of course, Valfira, when we do our film noir on this, just like the one we did last night, that's going to be really interesting to see. How's about everybody say hello to Hero Zone? Hey there, Hero Zone, how you doing? Everybody please give Hero Zone a follow if you could. So Hero Zone, if there's anything that you want to post in the chat, please go ahead. Hey there, Iron Chelford and Miller, nice to see you on Bane TPC. Lucetios, nice to see you. I'm going to zoom out here so you can see what it is that we're working on. Oh, look at this, Hobbit holes. This is actually the 6th one that we've done. Here's the one we did last night. This one's got a little bit of a lumber yard there. Look at that. So that was actually our 5th one. Oh, and look at the interior. Yes, each of these has a very fun interior there. Everybody please check out that link that Hero Zone just posted. Again, we've been doing these now for a couple of weeks. This might have been the first one we did right here. It could have been the very first one that we did. We also have to welcome in a new little Hobbit. Thank you so much, Obsidian. Appreciate that. Okay, so Bannanigans lives here. Alright, Bilbo Bannanigans, I know you're in there. But he doesn't have the ring. Why can't I see you? Where are you hiding? I can... Oh, now I can see you. That's also rude. Last night we had, I think, was it 4? I know we had at least, only had 4 Gandalf 6s last night. So thank you so much, Obsidian. Appreciate that. Wow, that's a hefty roll right there. That's a big old 5. Now this one was the night. This was our Thursday night one. Yeah, this is our Thursday night one. As you can see, it's got a neat little bit of a stable right there. We can have cows in there. I think we have a cow right here. So look at that. He can just go right there. We got chickens. We've got goats. We got sheep. We got all the stuffs. And let me get another one of our hobbit holes here. This was the... So this is the blacksmith's shop. Look at that. Nice little forge right there, an anvil and all that good stuff. Also, in addition to all of the ring race on fell beasts and everything else, we did 2 eagles with some nests there. We did a Balrog. We did a cave dragon. We also did this Watcher in the water. And of course, we've gotten back to our 1800 scale ships. And of course, Heroes Zone, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that, as always. Now, I think we got our dark between those rocks there. Let me do some. We got these bananas here. We need to get those a little bit lighter here. Don't want them to be all straight up yellow. And that's why we're saying this is Bilbo Bannanigans' house. You're saying, who the heck is Bilbo Bannanigans? That would be this guy right here. So he throws the banana. It's got, well, I think it's an 8-inch range. And if it hits somebody, you you slip on the banana peel and you are knocked prone. We also have here Bilbo Stabbins. So don't mess with his pumpkin patch. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins and his pumpkin patch. That's not a good idea. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We have ourselves a new little... We have Bunny Bearish. Thank you so much, Bunny. Appreciate that. It's like, you know what? I think I might be at the wrong address. You know, my GPS, it just hasn't been working quite the same ever since, well, I died. Yes. Fighting the Balrog. The Maiar dies. That's a great story. Yeah. Not so much for me. How you doing there, Ryan? Thank you so much for that. Let's see, we just had a 5 on our big old Gandalf 6. Oh, and another big old 5. So, Ryan, I think you're happy with the results that are happening right now. Yeah, Ryan, I do believe that Kansas has the lead. Actually, they were driving for a bigger lead. Let me see. Oh, so another D&D campaign. So again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. So Hero Zone, I just hope that everything is going reasonably well for you. That sounds good there, Miller. Actually, Miller, if you wanted to share your Tree Lord there in the chat. And of course, Ryan, if you want to share your oil painting links, please go ahead and do that. So Ryan's going to be sharing some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So yeah, that and I think there's only about 6 or 7 minutes left, right, Valfera? Yeah, Thranuel, if you're going to take on a Balrog, maybe you have something a little heftier again than the kitchen utensil and the glow stick for sure. No problem, Hero Zone. It's been very, very, very intensely busy here too. Holy smokes. What are we doing here? Let's do this. Lighter stuff here. This is this has been painted with oils, by the way. All these Hobbit holes painted with oil paint, start to finish. Sorry, I realized I don't think I actually mentioned that. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. So Ryan, people seem to be liking the the new thing that you made there. I only sent it again to the folks that are Army Painter and above, just to avoid any confusion for right now. I think I'll try to either do a screen capture or something like that of the responses for you. There was one person that asked, like, can we have a filter on it? I'm not quite sure what he meant by filter. Not, we kind of do, right? It is a searchable thing. So again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow if you could. That would be sensational. And everybody please check out that Instagram link again that Ryan posted. I'm going to try and get some of the nails on the doors here, I think. Is that a nail? Yeah, that is one too. Oh, look, we have our self-painting brush again. I think there's two more nails down there. Yeah, we'll just say those are also nails. Hey there, Anthro. Nice to see you again. Well, Anthro, it's nice. We've had a few folks that have been able to kind of join in and catch the stream who haven't had a chance to in a while. I know, again, that the times are unusual. Let's do this one here. So Spigot, there's a couple of places where things are. There was one where there's a few places where he forgot to put something in there. So it could be possible. Do we have one? Oh, we have one more over here. They're not super regular, that's for sure. They kind of, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. Such is the nature of the beast with the 3D printed stuff, or especially the FDM style prints. So Ryan, that must have been a packed crowd there. I think the stadium, is it about a 63,000 seat stadium there, Ryan? At least, probably. So these particular, the buildings here that we've been doing, these are from Miniature Land. They have a ton of great stuff, especially, well, the entire port city of Do Amroth, as I'm calling it. They have a lot of nifty ships as well. Now, we will be getting into some other buildings from the Printing Goes Ever On and Conquest Creations. And again, Conquest Creations did our fields here. We have another field that we haven't done yet. So yeah, those are from Conquest Creations. As is this Hobbit hole over here. Do I finally have it in my hand? No, that's the roof. There's the building. So again, this one, that one is from Conquest Creations. So who knows, we might be painting this one up on Thursday, or we might be doing one of the Printing Goes Ever On buildings. Not quite sure. So about close to 62,000. Yeah, right. And you say the next game there is going to be on the 30th. Yeah, it could be a wee bit on the frosty side during that game. That might be a little bit on the chilly side by the 30th. So yeah, these are all FDM style prints. There would be pretty much no way to print this out in resin. Also, too, there would just be the raw expensive, right, Leaky Spigot? That would be a ton of resin, even if you had a printer that was big enough to do this. So, Anthro, great to see you again, of course, as always. Hopefully you've had a chance to do some painting on some stuff. Have we got that? Here we go with this. And that. I mean, as it is, these still take up a little bit of filament here too. So as they say, these ain't nothing when it comes to how much filament they would chew up. Certainly nowhere near again what the resin would be. Let me get the top of this here. Something there, okay. Now the inside here, we gotta do a little something here. Don't necessarily want it to be the fire light color. And I think Conquest Creations, he's got a Kickstarter that should be underway. Maybe, I think this week. Basically, it's going to be Rivendell. So yeah, that'll be Conquest Creations. That was, let's see, all of the Skillia stuff that we did. We did Minas Morgul, printed those out. He also has a Rohan set of terrain that he did. Yeah, Grand Oracle, there's a tower that I think has 4 levels on it. And again, it's designed to be playable. Let's do this. Yeah. Maybe a little... Nope. I'm not going to do any lighter green, except maybe that little tiny bit. The rest is going to have to almost have a bit of an orange tint to it. Yeah, I think so. Speaking of which, let's get to our light on these flagstones. I think that paint has had a chance to set for a while. We need to let this stuff have a chance to set out here. And again, 1 hour 19 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. Nice to see you there, Jet. Let's see. So Anthro, what can be difficult are these kind of shapes here, all this organic stuff, and also scattered pieces like this. It's really, you're better off just doing this in resin. I mean, unless you want to do like 20 of these things, it's really best just do this in resin. Now this, if you can hollow it, I would say do this in resin. But it's just, it's hay bales, so you can kind of get away with it there. Now, these things also, you're going to have, while we were able to paint these, if this was done in resin, it'd be a lot easier to paint those, right? You're just going to have less weird things that happen. Now, what can be very difficult are things like these ships to 3D print, because there's a lot of undercuts and a lot of hollow areas, and of course, you're going to have to split this up. This was split in only 2 pieces. That elven ship, that was split into 3. And again, these here you can kind of see there's still layer lines, even though we're able to mask those pretty well with the paint. But these buildings, these are the ones that can be very tricksy. Oh yeah. These kind of rounded tinted roofs, and see all those balustrades there? Those can also be very difficult. So yep, Grand Oracle, the Kingdom of Tor Ithalos. That is, well, basically the ruined version is he meant it to be Osgiliath, and then the pristine version is supposed to be obviously Minas Tirith. Now I'm using the pristine version as whatchamacallit, as Fornost, because I already have all of the Dark Realms Gondorian terrain. So I figured we'll use Dark Realms for Minas Tirith and for Osgiliath, or for Minas Tirith. I also have the printing goes around. He has some stuff that I'm going to use for Arthedain. Because remember, we've got our entire Fall of Arnor campaign that we want to do. So the Kingdom of Asrigor, that is Minas Morgul. So that's you can kind of tell because it has that central citadel with the Tower of the Moon. So yeah, that is his Minas Morgul. Obviously, you could use it as Barad-dûr, but actually the printing goes over on Grand Oracle has something that is, to me, actually, I'm going to be printing that out for Barad-dûr. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, Grand Oracle, if at some point I might actually ask him and say, hey, are you going to do something that's specifically Barad-dûr? Hey there, Eep Jeep, how you doing? Everybody, please give Eep Jeep a follow. So, Eep Jeep, I hope that you're doing very well. Thank you so much for that raid. And of course, Eep Jeep, if there's anything in the chat that you want to share, please go ahead. We're having some fun here, Eep Jeep, painting our Hobbit terrain. Yes, this is one of 6 Hobbit holes. The other one I don't have, Grand Oracle is what is his Moria thing? All of a sudden, Durak Deep. Yes, I wish I had the file those Durak Deep files. Hey, Cubit, nice to see you again. So Cubit, I think people have said that the Schminky, I think whatever is their, is it the Musina brand? That's kind of like your, oh gosh, almost more like your Williamsburg. So I think, especially if whatchamacallit, if Doji shows up, we'll ask Doji, because I think he has some of the Schminky paints. So Eep, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Jet, glad that you're feeling better, and again, glad that you'll be able to have some fun painting that giant dragon that you printed out all those months ago. Thanks, Cubit. This is the one we did last night. Each one of them kind of has a little different theme. One of them was a blacksmith shop. This one is obviously a lumber lumberjack's house. Then this one has a bit of a stable on it. Here, this one. So this was our Thursday stream right here. They all have a hearth. Also, too, there is a giant 2-story tavern, and that tavern is probably about 5 of these things wide, or at least 4 of these things wide. And again, it's 2 stories tall. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. How the heck are you doing? So, Green Fairy, I think you had a chance to actually play. You actually had a chance to do some playing of some games this weekend, I think. So again, great to see you there, Green Fairy. I hope that your Friday and Saturday have been great. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat that you've been working on, please go ahead. Actually, it looks like BYU. Hey, Ryan, looks like BYU might actually lose this one. Because I think they failed on 4th down. Of course, Valfera is their sideline reporter. So it was the clash of rifles there. And again, Green Fairy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Let's do this. Here, a little bit more of our orange right there. Well, we finally did get an upset. Although BYU does have 3 timeouts, so... Remember the other one? I literally turned it off because I thought, okay, that's it. Not noticing that there was a flag on the play. I didn't even find it out till like 2 days later. More of our orange along the edge of that. Well, it's funny, the one that's like the biggest, most open thing has the most divided, it's divided into most tiny little flagstones. The other ones where there's very little space, they're gigantic flagstones. Now I don't want to get it to be too late as we work our way out here. Thanks, Qubit. We've kind of learned how to set this up in the fastest way. Boy, we almost had 2 unbeatens go down today. Well, I think we're going to lose at least 1 here. But I thought for sure somehow Wisconsin was going to win that game. Sadly, didn't happen. Hashtag no more unbeatens, right, Valfera? So I believe that leaves Oregon and who else? And of course, SMU almost lost. Now it's interesting because Kansas is literally on their own goal line. They can't just take a knee. Well, I guess they could. They could go in into the end zone with a safety. We're going to do a little bit here. orange out there. So I do believe that ends that. Well, there you go. More of our orange out on these stones here. We're gonna have to do the thing where we take a brief pause and wash hands and such. So sorry if the stream is being all jittery all of a sudden. Not sure why. I just looked over and noticed that it was being crazy. We'll just keep going with the orange. Ooh, that's getting kind of light there. So yeah, not sure what is happening there. But we'll just, we'll do what we can here. And we'll just hope that there's a temporary thing. Gonna keep going out. Ooh, boy, that's getting really light for our orange out here. We don't want to do too much of that. I think these need to be a little lighter because they're pretty darn close to that fireplace there. All right, we'll see you later there, Ryan. Well, Ryan, that should help a little bit, that result right there. So it's going to be interesting in the Big 12, right, Ryan? So thank you so much for being here. So Velfir, we'll get you a film noir in a sec here. Just let me get a couple of more of these little highlights on here. It should be pretty interesting to see how this plays out, just kind of like the last one. Here, let's do that. So see you later, Ryan, and have a good night's sleep. Ah, there we go. I just want to get rid of the shiny stuff there. So, well, there you go. It practically doesn't look, and we remember we have no additional lights out here. Once we start doing this, and film noir, it's almost going to look no different between the two. Now, as we start bringing our color back, you can see, look at this, we're almost at 50, oh, there we go. So now we're at our 50%. So look at the difference now. And I'm going to stop with the orange stuff. We got to let that set. We're going to go out here actually and start messing with some of this. So see you later, Ryan. See you later, Verfurt. Thank you so much for being here as always. Appreciate that. You can see how much lighter we can go here with this. And since all the paint is already wet, we're not doing any layers because we can just let that blend with what's already there. Hashtag no layers. Essentially just the ice blue. So you see we're just going to chuck that on there. Take something like this. And then we'll just push that around. So now it's got some texture. Now it's going to hopefully not expose the layer lines quite so much. And remember, we're going to be putting all kinds of flock and foliage on these. And not just a few flower tufts or something like that. We're going to be putting all kinds of flock scatter, sawdust scatter, leaves, static grass, you name it. All kinds of fun stuff is going to go on all of these buildings. That's why I'm trying to kind of get through all of these so that I can do a tutorial video on all of the flock and foliage on these, kind of the finishing aspect of them. So yeah, this is what, again, Hobbit building number 6. Basically been painting 3 each week. And 1 hour 35 minutes ago, this was completely paint free. There was nothing on here. So see you later there, Valfira. We'll see you on Monday most likely. Again, hopefully I can do the usual Monday stream. Alright, so we got some lighter stuff on the stones. How's about we try to hit the some of this up here, again, to make that a little lighter. There we are. Now that is almost a dry brush, which is wild because it wasn't that long ago that this was so wet we wouldn't have been able to put anything on there. You have to be patient. You cannot, ironically enough, be a hasty little hobbit. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. I think those are maybe supposed to be onions in there or something. Is that going to be too light here? Nope, it's not really, not even actually as light as I was thinking. There, okay. There we are. Couple little lights on that beam there. Remember, we have to also get to the gotta get to that roof. We'll just be, well, I'm also gonna be throwing some lighter dry brushy stuff on here because that stuff has started to set now too. And yeah, look at this. There's wet green paint down there, but it's so thin and it's absorbed so efficiently by this black matte PLA that I can actually just handle. That's why I love this stuff. This is the Elegoo Black Matte PLA. Yeah, Leaky Spigot, I'm not sure if you ever saw the series of streams where we painted a whole bunch of treemen. Actually, one of the ones we painted was called Coniferous, and we painted them on Christmas, I think. Yes, we painted up Coniferous on Christmas. He was the Christmas Ent. Yes, Coniferous, the Christmas Ent. Who can ever forget Coniferous? Now, thanks, Leaky Spigot. Now, what I want to do this time around, remember, I just kind of literally just sculpted some little green stuff balls on him for the ornaments and for the lights and such. I was hoping to actually print out some birds and a whole bunch of other things, like something that looked even more like ornaments. Now, let me actually get down to a somewhat finer brush. That's going to be this one. I'm going to try and get some lighter woods on. I might actually go more towards the yellow on this, because ironically enough, we don't have a ton of yellow on that wood. So let's do that here. Again, to try and almost simulate a little bit of wood grain or whatever. Now here you got no choice, right, to print these separately, say on a resin printer, because these are part of the sculpt. Unless you were to go into the slicer or whatever and then manipulate it and get rid of these things, which you could do. You could certainly do that. I actually did print out one building that I went into, whatever it was, the Windows version, where I could just kind of go in there and do rudimentary things like split a file or cut it or whatever. Is that blending brush? Well, we'll use this as a blending brush here. Any brush can be a blending brush, of course. I'm going to take that and push that over there too. So Cubit, I stopped using sable brushes years ago. I just get the 18 zeros here. Contman has some. This is a Princeton Velvet Touch right here. Contman has something that's probably very similar. I like the liner brushes because the bristles are longer. They're actually more on the stiffer side, so you can do all the nifty little freehand stuff too. Just get these from Dick Blick. They are typically about $5 to $5.30 a piece. You'll notice also that where's my filbert brushes? Here we go. You know, so the filbert brushes also the Princeton Velvet Touch. So again, those are very, very economical. And again, the brush cleaner that you can use right here, this is from Winsor Newton. It's for dried acrylic and oils, not hazardous, no vapors. So the thinner, right, our high quality odorless thinner, we only have a little tiny water bottle cap of that, and we only use it to thin the paint, which works out very, very well. We just use it for thinning paint. No problem there, Cubit. Now again, if you can get stuff from Dick Blick, that's where you can find those Princetons for a good price. I'm maybe Hobby Lobby too. I haven't tried to get brushes from there. Well, except for the craft brushes, that would be these guys right here, the number 8 rounds. Leaky Spigot, I think I might have some of that. I tried using it years ago, and it just just didn't really work or do very much. I think Leaky Spigot, it's also a little different because you have to figure my frequency of painting is probably a wee bit higher than kind of the average person. So for me, the brushes, they're getting used by the hour, right? Where some folks, they might not touch their brushes for weeks or perhaps even months. So that's kind of a different metric, wouldn't you say? Cubit, it's really, if I was doing this in acrylics, we would only be about half as far as we are now, if that much, if we're lucky. It's really that big of a difference. I know it seems like, come on, can it really make that big a difference? But boy, it can. It really does. Especially on this kind, again, the FDM printed stuff, because it fills in those evil layer lines. And it does that very, very, very well. So Cubit Pro can vouch that the brush soap for the Raphaels. What's the other one that I can never remember? Rosemary? I think that's it, right? Rosemary. That's another one that people seem to like a whole bunch. I think I might have tried to get one or two of those Raphaels a while back, because I think maybe they were on sale or something. Now, we would definitely will have to start getting our lighter dry brushy stuff out here on this green. I mean, again, that's not going to be anything earth-shattering. And I think, here's a number 6 round, or is it number 6 round that, as you can see, has seen a lot of action. That's what you call a veteran brush right there. Where's me Mars Yellow Deep there? Some of that. Maybe a little touch of our Radiant Green as well. Remember, we're going to be putting flock and foliage and leaves and all kinds of stuff on top of here, so precision is not really necessary. We just got to get a little something on here. That's it. Thranduil, what the difference you would see would be the layer lines. That would be the first thing that you see. Actually, Thranduil, if you check out, what was it? I think it was, they are imprintable terrain. You know what? Wait a minute. I wonder. Oh, my Easterlings. If I can find my Easterling pictures, you'll see those terrain Oh, that's not them. There they are. Yeah. So see those terrain pieces over there, Thranduil? I actually have videos painting those in acrylics. So yeah, I actually have videos painting those in acrylics. And now Thranduil, I don't know if you saw that link of the basically kind of a search engine thing that Ryan created for the Patreon page videos. I sent that earlier today, and that's supposed to make it a whole lot easier to find those. So Grand Oracle, hopefully that makes it way easier for you to find that one video that you're looking for. With the, I can always send you the link to their Grand Oracle if it's too difficult to run across. Let me just take this thing here, and this is see, here's the difference, Terrano. I can take this, and that fills in those layer lines. If that were acrylic, it would not do that. Well, that's good. That's good, Grand Oracle. That's sensational. So yeah, see here, I'm able to fill in those layer lines. That just doesn't happen with the acrylics. It's unfortunate. Now, here's the other thing I got to do. What have we not done yet? We haven't gotten our black on here yet. Let's do that. Let me take this out here. We're going to need that, and we'll need that too. Get some of this. Again, that's our not blackest black. Black. I gotta get, geez, Grand Oracle, I keep forgetting to get more of that stuff because I am basically at the bottom of the jar. Now that's, again, that's not the blackest black. That's not the Stuart Semple stuff. But you will see this green, which looks really dark right now. Not really. It's barely a middle tone. It looks so dark until I did this, right? Look at the difference that makes. This is why we don't do the dark or the black primer. It's also why we don't do the white primer. I do primer that has a little bit of a color or some kind of a value to it. Cubit, this definitely has to be Bilbo Bannanigans' house for sure. If it's gonna, with that little, this thing of bananas right over here. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be Bilbo Bannanigans' house. No doubt about it. So yeah, look at that. Look at how light that green looks. That's crazy. And I've seen it 6 times now. And I knew that was going to happen, and it's kind of like film noir. It's even when you see it and you know it's going to happen, you're just, when you actually see it happen in front of you, you're just like, wow. So yeah, Leaky Spigot, Bilbo Bannanigans. I think this is going to have to be his place of residence here. And I guess Half Pint is going to have to be the most commonly seen Hobbit. I forget what I think it's just called the Tavern. I don't think it's got a name. We're going to have to come up with a name for our giant Hobbit Tavern. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't like any tricksy nanner thieves there, Leaky Spigot. Boy, oh boy, this interior is so expansive. I'm thinking, why, oh man, I'm still adding all the black here around the outside. Leaky Spigot, I think Bilbo Bannanigans, I could be wrong, but he might have been one of the very first hobbitses that we ever painted. I could be wrong about that, but I think he might have been the very first one. And so the bananas, those are from, I think, from Goon Master Games. Yeah, I think those are from Goon Master Games. And I think it's Empire Games or something like that did the Hobbits. And he just has an open, just has an open hand there. And I just thought, well, what if we threw a banana in there? Right? Paint meets plastic. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbitses. And now that we know whose house this is, we'll see what kind of trouble that Gandalf causes when he shows up. Is he a banana thief? Yes. I think that Bilbo Bannanigans only sees people when in regards to banana business. Yes. I think that's the only time he'll actually see somebody is if it involves banana business. So thank you so much, Paint Meets Plastic. Appreciate that. Now, it's bad enough that every time I walk into one of these places, I clonk my head on the ceiling like 10 times. So this guy here, yeah, this is great. He's got banana peels on the floor. He's got them everywhere, man. Place is a death trap. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6? We haven't had any 6s. We have had 2 5s tonight. Okay, good middle of the road. Good middle of the road. Last night, for whatever reason, we had 4 big Gandalf 6s. Wow. And of course, Cubit Half Pint, right? He is immune to all things terror because, well, he's been served once or twice or 10 times. And of course, Gallagher here, he once per game, he smashes the pumpkin. Everything, friend or foe, within 3 inches is immobilized. Don't forget, we also have what was the Clobber? Yes, don't forget Clobber. He re-rolls all failed wounds against orcs. Yep, paint meets plastic. We're using traditional oil paint right out of the tube, and we can show you the big. Well, now we're just going to call it the big 4. It had been the big 3, but Grand Oracle, I think we have enough of these to say it's the big 4. So there they are. These 3 right here, Richardson, Gamlin, Windsor, Newton. When it comes to price and quality, they're all basically the same. Each one has different colors. They have different properties. Like this one tends to have more of that Trixie linseed oil in it. These these have certain colors that Gamlin doesn't. Now this one over here, when it says handmade, that's a real thing. It does mean they're going to cost more, but this is what is it? You get what you pay for, right? That is a very high quality paint there. So it's pretty wild. It's almost like the here, let's do a quick film noir now that this has a little more texture on it. So let's kill the shiny, and let's do a quick film noir there. So again, you can see all of a sudden our object source lit ones, they look darker than those. But now you see the saturation, you see the temperature contrast, right? Cooler, less saturated. Warmer, more saturated. So yeah, it's pretty wild just how The richest in some ways. They're a little bit, gosh. You know, Grand Oracle, I almost need to get some whole bean paints again. Sadly, I think the two whole bean paints I had, they're still at the house where I did the mural. I have a whole bunch of paints there still. Because I really did think that I was going to be getting back there a lot more than I have been, but, well, things have been crazy here. Obviously, lots of developments since then. You know, I have to get a little bit of the orange on there. Just a little touch of that. Now, of course, only, well, Gamlin has the Radiant paints. We have been, I haven't used these in a while, Grand Oracle. We've been using the Ice Blue, but I keep forgetting about these. So these are sort of like the Gamlin Radiants, only they're much lighter. But boy, oh boy, they certainly have a lot of linseed oil in them. So Leaky Spigot. There is see this hole right here? It goes all the way through. So now you're supposed to be able to take a piece of filament. The filament is too thick for that. But you could take a pin of some kind. Actually, I was able to get pieces of resin down in there, so you could see how that piece of resin goes down in there. You could use that as a hinge, and then it would open back and forth. I just got them glued shut because it was just easier that way, because, well, I can always print up more if I want doors that are open. But yeah, these are not the way I've got them here. Well, they're just going to stay closed. Paper clip is what I would use. Now, I might do that on the tavern because there's a ton of doors. I think there's only one Hobbit hole that has multiple doors, and I think that's the one that we're just going to say is bag end. So that's the only Hobbit hole that has multiple doors outside of the gigantic tavern. Hopefully that is not getting too light there. Little bit of it right in there. Let me try this lighter green on the inside here, see what happens. Again, we practically have our self-painting brush going at this. So it's not going to be that kind of pure high saturation green like we had on the outside of the door. Trying to create a little bit of wood grain texture here, such as it is. And you can see how much more saturated the green is out here. But we're running out of colors to paint our fences. Ooh, speaking of which, here, let me... What we haven't done is some of this stuff. Some of this stuff here. So let me get that roof on there. First, what the heck, we'll do that. We'll do that bit right over there. Just have that go all the way up to meet it. I'll see you later there, Leaky Spigot. So, Leaky Spigot, hopefully you can maybe join us on our Monday stream. That's where we're going to be painting the 1/1800 scale ships again, which I need to print out that next aircraft carrier. So things get a little bit smaller. You would think they don't get smaller than a Hobbit hole, but they do. Yes, indeed. That's actually the Essex right there. We'll continue with our IJN again on our Armada Mondays. Yes, Armada Mondays return. And also keep in mind that, I mean, it's mid-November now. It's actually after mid-November. We got to start getting into the holiday season here with some ornaments there. Don't think that I've forgotten about those. Yes, indeed. Tricksy ornaments. No problem. And everybody, please give Leaky Spigot a follow. And of course, Leaky Spigot, if you want to shout yourself out again there, real quick before you head off to sleep, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Leaky Spigot a follow too, if you could. All of us Twitch folk gotta hang together, right? We gotta support each other. Oh, that's got too much thinner. Again, back to the self-painting brush here. My hand's not actually touching it. It's just painting this all by itself. Because you can see there's no hand anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe there is a hand there. But that's just the screwing around way of saying caress the brush, do not crush the brush. So all it wants to do here is just get a little bit of this darker stuff on the chimney. Then we let that set. We're going to hit this with some dry brushy stuff here. All the way down to here. Just mostly Van Dyke brown, the Mars black. When this has a chance to set, we're going to get in there with our lighter color. But for now, where did my... Is that my numbers? Nope. This is the number 4. So we're just going to start hitting this with some of that lighter dry brush. Again, this brush is beat up already, so I don't really care what happens to it. You see that starts to reveal the layer lines, but that doesn't matter here because all of this is going to be, again, that's all going to be covered with all the flock and the foliage. Bingo. All right, let's get this back on there so I can maybe start getting some of the lighter stuff on the chimney. Where did that brush go? I think we'll use this one. Can you see what we're doing? It looks like it. Now, because we have that dark in there, we got something to mix with. Before, we had pretty much just primer on there. So now when we do this, even though it is a dry brush, it's not really a dry, well, it's the wettest dry brush ever because we're actually mixing with what we just put on this chimney. Look at that. See, that's mixing with that. Do that here. So see how dark that end of that brush is now? That's because all of this later stuff is mixing with it. And we'll do this. Down here. We didn't do this stone yet. Alright. Some of that light over here. Yep. Do it again. Just gonna get some of that ice blue. That's just gonna hit over here. Now let me try to do some stuff on the fruit here, on our pumpkin. See if I'm gonna try and make that a little lighter here. We're gonna get that radiant yellow into our pure orange here. Bingo, there we go. That wasn't quite standing out enough. Now it does. Now, of course, we're starting to fight layer lines here, as you're going to. That's always the downside of the FDM style prints. Try this again. Can you see what we're doing? Oh, looks like it, yeah. Get that up over the top here. Down a little bit further towards the stem. I think we have another facet of our pumpkin that kind of shows there too. Alright, let me get this off of here. Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see ya. So surface tension, if you want to share your Mastodon link in the chat with all your oil painted goodness, please go ahead and do that. It was a wild college football Saturday here. We did finally, just moments ago, have one of the last few unbeaten teams go down, at home no less, to an unranked team no less. And there was almost a few other massive upsets in college football today. We just missed a few. So surface tension, we have determined that because you got these nanners sitting over here, this is Bilbo Bannanigans' house. So yeah, that's Bilbo Bannanigans' house there. So everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. I got some really fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Glad that those Astelians have been super fun for you to paint, Surface Tension. Actually, right now I have one of the Hobbit holes printing out from Printing Goes Ever On. Well, we'll see what happens when I print, I think, well, while we're streaming here, it's printing the main building. Then after the stream, I'll get the roof printed.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much. We have a new little hobbit to join us here. Thank you so much, Abigail. Appreciate that. I don't think he's home. I know he's home. I can see him in there. He's like, I have a better sense of smell than you. Oh yeah, always follow your nose. Gee, where did you hear that from before? Dude, you keep giving me grief up there. You know where you're gonna end up. Thank you so much for that follow. That's always a contested relationship right there. Gandalf and Shadowfax. We've had a few rolls on our Gandalf 6 here. What's it going to be this? Oh, look at that. We're back to the 6s again. We had 4 of these last night. That's our first one from tonight. So thank you so much, Abigail. Appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to give me some of my dark out here. Let's do that. I think that's what we have on the brush anyhows. So happy Sunday. Yep, well, we are well into Sunday here as well. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. We might still get some more dark down in there too. But for right now, here, let me just get some of these guys out here. So that's right, Spain beckons there. Now, you are ready for that strange foreign object in the sky, right, Surface? Or are you just going to bring the clouds with you? I guess that's my question. Are you going to just say, all right, looks like the clouds are going to follow me there, or are you going to be dealing with the sun there? Because it certainly seems like Spain is a much different climate. I don't know if it's everything, east of the Pyrenees has a different climate or something like that. Did I get? Yeah, let's hit that again. Now let's get this window over here and just solidify a couple of these edges again. It's an FDM type print. Yeah, sometimes you gotta paint in the detail. That is not unusual at all. Let me see. 2 hours. Yep, 2 hours, 11 minutes ago. This had no paint on it whatsoever. As we like to say, it was one of our paint-free objects. Again, some dark around these nails or whatever. Let me hit this again. That's a reverse. Oh, you know, I have to get some of the. Oh, in here. Yep, we're gonna have to do this dark volume. Well, I've got the dark anyways. I still have to get some dark around these. Well, these nails too. Oh, geez, yeah, surface tension. If is that, would you say is that the Andalus region there that you're headed to? Yeah, that's gonna be very toasty there, I'm sure. Yes, all right. Let me get a little bit more of that Payne's gray in there. All right, we're gonna start darkening these down a bit more, and the reason they're gonna seem darker is not because there's black in there. It's actually because there's got that bluish gray. So what you're seeing there is a bit of a color temperature difference now. And we'll work that to about maybe here, I want to say. Something like that. More of our, let's see. It still is hilarious that the building that has the largest open space outside maybe the giant tavern has tons and tons of tiny little flagstones like this, whereas some of the other ones, where it's a tiny little room, has about 4 gigantic flagstones in it. As I went to do all this darker stuff, and I was about, holy smokes, man, there's a whole bunch of flagstones on this floor that are not on the other ones. I thought so. Boy, what is that one palace? I unfortunately can't think of it. It's the one that basically was kind of added to over the course of about 400 years, I want to say. And I've only seen the 3 different documentaries on that same palace there, but I can't think of which one it is. And the special proportion that they used so that even centuries later, when they added to it, they followed the same proportions. So it kind of looks like the whole palace was still constructed all at the same time. I think it's in there. I think it's there's surface tension. Sadly, it's probably been now at least a couple of years since I last saw that documentary. I think it's the Alhambra. Yeah, that's it, surface tension. Yeah, built over the course of many, many different kings. But since the same proportions were followed, everything just kind of it doesn't look like, oh well, we just tack this thing on, and it's super obvious that, oh yeah, well this must have been added at some point. Yeah, looks like they added this too. Ah, well that's fantastic. It's got kind of a red stone to it, right? Surface tension. Well, yeah, that sounds fantastic. Being able to see that surface tension. Glad you're gonna maybe be able to get a chance to check that out again. You'll have to take some pictures for me if you do. So this, again, to do that, I had to wait. There you go. Now you can see the difference that makes in there. And here we go in there with, again, with that dark. Now we can't just have only the orange, and then we need to have something that's on the cooler side, also a little lighter. So that's very much a mid-tone right there. Again, we're using one of our self-painting brushes here. Just looking to get the tops of these stones teensy bit here. Ah, that's for sure. Surface tension. I think also too they utilized the water there to create the mirror effect as well. And that was kind of how you showed wealth and power, right? Was to show control over water and to bring water from a distant area. Now, some of these flagstones out here, I'm going to try and get a little something different on those. Let me see if this will work. Is this... I don't want it to be too dark. No. Let me try something maybe like this. That's on some of these flagstones that are far away from where the fireplace is. Yeah, surface tension. That's you have all the water that you want there, and all the water that you don't want. What else is happening here? This is not by any means. This is not even a mid-tone. This lighter color is actually either a dark middle tone or a light dark. I'm just trying to vary these a little bit in here. Hey there, Inganis, how you doing? Great to see you again, of course. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, now over here in this okay, found me too. A little bit of this. So some of these stones here in the, you know what, I still have to get some of the darker stuff there. That does take out some of the layer lines though, which is a good thing. Go back to this again. That's got some of our bluish gray. Turn this around and get to these guys out here. Okay, we did the ones all in that crevice, but not these guys. Now we'll hit this. Like that. So guys, again, I hope that you are doing very well. Oh boy, we still have to get this one over here in the corner. Alright, I think we're good to go there. Here's another, yep, this spot right in here. So this, yeah, this stone. We will leave no stone unturned. Couple little darks on some of these stones here. Got to get a little lighter here on the non-object sourcelet portion of this. Taking that ice blue again. And then we're going to make this somewhat lit, and then we're going to get our little cracks on there that we've been doing on all of the stucco. And that's got a little bit of thinner in it to help it flow, but not so much that it becomes just a pin line wash, and it just winds up going all over the place. It does fill in the layer lines nicely, but that's not quite what we want. Hit this here. Alrighty, yeah. Now we gotta start getting some light. I think this has sufficiently had a chance to set down here in our fireplace. We're gonna get some of our lightest light in there. Fast mat, wait. How's about we welcome in Doji and Erican wife Erin. How you doing? And Doji, happy Sunday. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, same thing to Erin. You guys want to share some stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. So thank you so much for the raid, Erin. Appreciate that. So Cubit, again, with the oils, right, you just have to just use this to clean the brushes, and this just evaporates. It just evaporates in the container over time, so then you don't have to worry about putting it. Yeah, it shouldn't have to be in the sink. And of course, Cubit Pro, we're not using glass. We want to be able to absorb some of that excess oil. So we're using a piece of parchment paper here, and it is clipped to a piece of cardboard, so that it's much more absorbent. So we want the absorbent surface. Everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Erin just shared. And again, everybody please give Erican wife a follow. So Erin, I hope that the dice towers went well, and that you're working your way through them. 2 more of them tonight. That's fantastic. So again, everybody please check out that link that Erin just shared. And please give Erican wife a follow. Now, Irid, we're continuing. This is Hobbit hole number 6. Believe it or not.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Believe it or not, that is 6 of these things. Thank you so much, Quiet Dilettante. I appreciate that follow. Okay, so I know you're in there, Bannanigans. I'm gonna eat some of your bananas out there. I'm gonna eat some of those. I don't suggest that you do, Mr. Wizard. He's always coming. He's always trying to eat my stuff, and he's always smoking my pipe weed too. Man, who does that? Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Now let's see what's gonna happen here on our big Gandalf 6. All right, that's a survivable roll. Usually when pipeweed is mentioned, that's what happens. We have had a few 6s though. I know we had at least 1 6 tonight. We had 4 of them last night. Boy, Irid, I've got to print out. Well, actually, I still have to get the files yet, but there's some really nifty files from. I don't remember the name of them now, but they have like these mugs where it's wrapped. That like the dragon wraps around the mug. It's really, really nifty. I have got to find those. That would be super. So again, it's just clipped. See, I got these clips right here. It's just clipped to again to a piece of cardboard. You can see the cardboard right there, and that tends to absorb some of the excess linseed oil. And then all you got to do, right? So this is the other thing is there's nothing to clean. You just take this, you chuck it in the garbage, and that's it. Good to go. Now, what do we... Let's get this. Yeah, it really is a Cubit just being able to take that little bit of parchment. Oh, and you do want to get the parchment paper that is in a flat sheet, only to avoid the irritation of, you know what's going to want to do? It's going to be just like your wrapping paper, right? Every Christmas. Every time you're trying to wrap something, it's trying to roll back up into a cylinder. So that's what. Well, it's also a decent quality. I use it for. I also use it for my cooking. That works really well for that too. So yeah, some of the sheets are for oils, some of the sheets are for cooking. Oh, nope, that's I need a little bit more of the orange on the brush there. Yeah, trying to get a couple little. There we go. Now we're getting those warmer cools out there. Doji, did you have a chance to share your oil painted stuff in the chat? If you haven't had a chance to do that, please share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff there. So yeah, unless you already did, in which case my apologies. And of course, if you've already checked out surface tension, okay, yeah, I thought so, Doji. It's my brain, as we've mentioned the last few streams here, the brain is just not functioning at a super high level. And I think the fatigue levels are probably going to increase too, almost exponentially. So yeah, we might. Hopefully, we won't be sleep streaming. Let me do this. And a little bit more of that orange over here, just to Can't catch the edge of this piece of this beam right here. I think we caught the edge of that. Now this is close enough to our firelight. I'm just going to get some of the orange on here. Also down here on these rocks. Back when I was doing the 2D oils, we had a piece of masonite, ironically, which we hit with linseed oil over and over and over again to try and make it less permeable. And then obviously with many rounds of painting, that was supposed to become more and more sealed and less absorbent. Of course, a lot of the paintings I was doing then were painted entirely with a palette knife. It's been a little while since we've done painting that way. Nah, that's gonna be too much of the yellow. Let's not do that. Just get rid of some of these. Let's get some light over here now. We did that on this side. Let's do that over on this side. Again, we've got the 2 fingers on the brush and that's it. And yet we have all the control that we need. We need to get some of these rocks down here a little bit lighter as well. So Doji, hopefully the 1-to-1 scale project worked out well again. And Doji, I'm guessing that you haven't had a chance to try your new paints that showed up. I was mentioning earlier that unless something unusual happens, I probably won't get a chance to do a direct comparison between the Puro Orange of, say, Williamsburg and Richardson. Now, what's wild, surface tension, is the last time I used the palette knife, I think was to mix, it was to put flex paste or as stucco on a building, on a foam building. Yeah, I used the palette knife to do the stucco. And that's the last time I can remember using a palette knife. Doji, now I don't know if you saw the email or whatever, the notice from Patreon, but I did send that link to that site that Ryan created, where it's not just the Patreon vids, but even, say, the Twitch sessions and everything else. It just kind of organizes those. And at least like 3 folks, they had already written me saying something about how they really liked it, and it was made things, finding things a whole lot easier for them. So yeah, Doji, remember there's a couple of times where you said, have you done a video on this? And I say, oh man, yeah, I did. It's this video over here, and then you have to go look for it. Hopefully this makes it a bit easier for you, so you don't have to be sitting there hunting around for certain vids. And again, I only sent that to folks that have done the army paint, at least for the moment. Alright, see you in a bit there, Era. Thank you so much for the raid, of course. Appreciate that. I mean, that is a long ways away from the firelight, so I think we won't quite do that. I might do a couple little lighter yellow things here on these the flagstones that are closest. Here's my yellow over here. A little bit of Indian yellow to keep that from getting too pasty. And again, that's going to go on these flagstones that are really, really close to it. Like these. So that hopefully pushes these further away, right? See, now that we've got that really light stuff happening there. Got to be judicious and only use this on a few, not a bunch of them. So you can see how that really stands out, and then these have none. Again, the further away we get. Whoops, almost went more into the orange again. All right. Hit this too tiny bit more. Also, kind of looking at some of the flagstones because they're kind of uneven here. And what else are we doing? Let's get back to this yellow here. A couple of places on the stone on the inside. Okay, there we are. Now we'll get me some of this white, some of the fast matte white, the tiniest touch of our yellow here. That might be a little too thin. I think I might actually have to make that a little bit thicker. And look at how I have to hold this brush. It's almost on the end of the brush there. Now that's looking toasty in there. Again, I could have sculpted some flames in there, but I wanted to make sure that there was a place for me to put this. And as you can see, that's a nifty little light right there. And the whole idea behind that is if it's nighttime, right, we put that in there, and then this whole thing really glows from the inside. So even when the rest of the board is darkened, it still has that nifty glow. Now back to my fast matte white, and let's get the lightest stucco on here. Then we'll get the little cracks in the stucco. Again, hashtag no layers. We're just letting that mix with what's already there. There's lots of nifty texture on it too. This right here, we gotta get a little bit more over it. Like there we go. A little more over here. And if it's a little too rough or something like that, we can always take a blending brush to it and then take some of that away. And that would work a little bit like this. Here, let me grab this little teensy brush. And now what we're going to do is just do a little bit tap, tap, tap. What does that do? It kind of removes some of the excess paint. Smooths that out a little bit. So we got that going now. I think this is the brush I thought it was. I am going to try to get some little cracks painted on the stucco surface here. I think we've done this on all of our little Hobbit holes. This one, of course, has a whole lot more to it. There's much more surface area. We'll see you later there, Doji. Thank you so much for being here. And again, happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday, and I hope that everything goes fantastic. This does have some thinner in it, but it cannot have too much because otherwise it will literally turn into a pin line wash and just go all over the place. It'll just expand very rapidly because this is an FDM print, which means there are layer lines galore. There's layer lines all over the place on this. Again, that's just kind of normal for an FDM print, even though this was printed out on a Bamboo X1. I used the black matte PLA from Elegoo. So Landress, you got yourself, I'm sure you got your next print going right now. Hopefully that goes well. Now I wonder if I can't, let me see if I can get some lighter stuff on the slats here. I will take the Mars Yellow Deep and some of our Ice Blue. Let me see what we get from that. This is where we just, kind of like the cracks there, those aren't there. We are going to try to paint in a little bit of wood grain here on these guys. So there's no wood grain there. What we're going to try and do is with our little liner brush here, 18-0 liner brush, we're going to try again. See that? Now we've got what looks like slats on there. And of course, we've got, let's see, what is it? 2 hours, 42 minutes in. 2 hours, 42 minutes in on this. And we've been able to establish lots of little details here now. Been able to establish that glow. Some textures. We even did stuff on the roof. We'll be bringing that back later so that I can do some more stuff on the chimney. Now I gotta get back to some of my dark here because that one bit of texture went a little too far. Same over here. And maybe now a little bit of the dark. Also, oh here, let me try to separate that into some individual boards. Now we gotta get some lighter stuff on those bananas there. Been using the Mars Yellow Deep. Now, okay, yeah, these never really did get anything much later on those nanners. Now there's these. Oh, there's more veggie tables down in there. I didn't see those. Yeah, I can't tell if those are supposed to be carrots. You know what? We're going to make them carrots. Let's get a splash of orange down in the... Hey there, Dr. Gunn. Nice to see you there, Dr. Gunn. So, Dr. Gunn, this is, believe it or not, it's the 6th Hobbit hole that we have painted in the last week. Because I painted one Thursday, Friday, Saturday, And then now we've just did this is our third one here on our next Thursday, Friday, Saturday set of streams. So yep, Hobbit holes. And there's more on the way. There are more Hobbit holes coming. So hold your breath. And Dr. Pew Pew, I hope that everything is going sensational for you there. Let me go a little lighter with this yellow on these bananas down here. Finally. It's weird. There's times where I'll see, when an FDM printer is done and say, well, okay, that's not too bad. I wish it was better. And then there's other times where I say, how in the world did I actually manage to print that? Sometimes on the same piece, and this is one of them. Where I say, wow, how did I actually manage to print that? And then there's other parts where I say, okay, that's all right. Wish it was better. Sometimes you never quite know what is going to be easy or difficult to print out with the resin print, or with the FDM style printers. I mean, I'm constantly using both. Right now, I have a thing printing on the X1, another Hobbit hole, and then I have the Loot Studios Arthurian stuff that's printing on the two resin printers. You'll see some of that Arthurian stuff on stream. Again, that's from Loot Studios. We were talking about it during the stream last night. Surface tension. No, sorry about that, Dr. Gunn. Dr. Gunn, I don't know if you've considered getting something like anodyne mittens, just to kind of relieve that a little bit. Now again, it doesn't always work for folks, but I want to get an anodyne belt. I want to get that for something I can use over my shoulder, and then even on my back after lots of hours of streaming and such, or filming or whatever, where you're kind of hunched over for a long period of time. So it's an anodyne machine. Well, anodyne device. You can look them up on Amazon. Let me see. ANODYENE. I think that's how it's spelled. So ANODYENE. Something like that. Let's get. Okay, fine. Let me see what happens. I'm gonna sneak a little bit of this lighter orange on here. Just like some firelight highlights. Now we haven't done anything on this. Let me get a little something on that. Yeah, maybe that's gonna work. A little touch later on that too. Now on this entrance door, get this little window a little lighter too, I think. Yeah. Now, maybe this edge lighter as well. No, that's gonna be too late. Let me go back to the wood color over here. Snag some light edges on the top of that. There we go. Can't be too much thinner because we want some lines on it. We don't want to just spread out in the interior. Now let me get back to my ice blue and our brown. It's basically our souped up burnt umber. Why does we can go with that? I'm going to have to get something lighter here. I want to make that lighter. The fence, let me try to get some lighter green there. Let me just take some of this here fast matte white and mix it with our green. That's pretty darn light. So see you later, surface tension. Of course, as always, thanks for being here. Happy Sunday, and hopefully we see you on our Armada Monday stream. Now I'm going to stick with the later stuff here while I have it, and then we'll get back into some mid-range stuff on our green fence here. Because we have no light on that. I'm going to go back a little less light here, a bit more of the green, and this board here. Oh yeah, this one too. Again, the only way I'm able to paint this is if I just have two fingers on the brush. Again, as light a touch as possible. And Dr. Gunn, maybe that other thing was it where you can take those. It's like a little rubber thing or whatever. You could put it around this brush here, so instead of having see a teeny thing, it would be wider. So you wouldn't have to grasp something quite so small that, those little things have the anodyne mittens or gloves or whatever. Well, they'd be anodyne mittens. And, some kind of little, again, one of those little ergonomic attachment things on the end of the brush. I wish I had some brushes that actually had that built into them. Sadly, I don't think I have any of those just sitting over here that you can see. Well, I mean, here you can see that's a thicker handle right there, but some of them they almost have that kind of embedded in the brush itself. Oh, this is it. Yeah, see this, Dr. Gunn? So something like that, on the brush. Maybe that it makes the brush a little wider and it's easier on your fingers because you're not having to grip it quite so tight. Again, every little thing would count, right? Maybe not totally perfect, but better than nothing. Me working. Okay, so we need kind of a mid-tone green in here. I guess I need some thinner on that. Oh, well, that's good. That's good, Dr. Gunn. Here we are. And also, too, I mean, look at this. That's my grip on the brush there. Just two fingers, nowhere near that ferrule. And that's going to be real easy on the hands. That's going to be very easy on those fingers. I have seen people practically hold the brush like this. And when I see that, I just say, man, that's got to hurt after a while. Or maybe not a while. It probably starts hurting right away. I'm going to try and get that lighter green on the inside of this here. this. Alright, again, this is first time I've had a chance to do a green fence, and speaking of green, all of this stuff out here, that's all going to be covered with flock and foliage and everything else. So uh, I just needed to get some kind of color there, some kind of shading. That's it. Yeah, most of it is going to be covered up anyway. You know what? I'm tempted to actually make that our lighter green too. Here, let me take this yellow. Mix them. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, Dr. Gunn. Hopefully, there's some solutions that can again at least make it a little bit easier. It might not be absolutely perfect, but you definitely want to be able to keep on cruising along with the miniature painting. Still got me some of the fast matte white out here, and I want to get a little bit of our yellow on that, and then do these highlights on these bananas here, like there. I think that's as light as I can go. Hit these guys down in here. Okay, the little wooden cases slash boxes here. Gotta do something with those. Might steal some of this to make a very, very, very light orange for this pumpkin here. And of course, I mean, we could have it be Bilbo Bannanigans' house because there's a pumpkin there too. I mean, it can roll either way. But I have tons of pumpkins printed out, so we could, well, print up another one of these, or we use one of the printing goes ever on houses, which I think also has a actual pumpkin sitting out in front of it. Maybe that's one that we just again throw some of our 3D printed pumpkins out there. Now I'm going to change this to more of a bluish green for the leaves or whatever on this, because we've got the really warm green on the fence. Man, and that is a warm green to start with. It's still got pretty cooled down by this. Now I'm also going to take some of that green and drop that on some of these flagstones. Like, I don't know, maybe they got some moss. Well, Dr. Gunn, this is a culinary channel after all, and we spent the good portion of the stream a few streams ago talking about was it a blueberry cheesecake? Yeah, blueberry cheesecake, and of course the wonders of mixing blueberries in with cranberry sauce. We call it branberry sauce. So this is not just a Lord of the Rings channel, or a terrain channel, or an object source lighting channel, or a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's also a college football channel. It's an exercise channel. It's a cuisine channel. It's also a home repair channel. Yes, we offer home repair advice. It's also a cavalry channel. We will be getting back to our cavalry again. Don't worry about that. Trying to get a couple little lights there again to increase that texture. Again, this is going to just be hit mostly with flock and foliage. However, for now, I will just do a little bit of dry brushy stuff on here. Let me get a little something more here. Fine, I'll take some of the, as we call it, radiant indigo, even though it's not radiant indigo. There is no such thing. Get some of that. There we go. So, yep, Dr. Gunn, it's all about the, as you can see, the Wappeville Sports Network covering the APCC. That's the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even during the game. So if you got a uniform, you can switch sidelines during the game. It's the ultimate mega conference. Even teams from other planetary systems are allowed. And today was another big day. We did lose another one of the unbeatens. We almost lost two of them. It took another miracle play after a very questionable coaching decision. It was the same. It's weird because it was the same kind of thing that cost Oregon a chance to be playing in the national championship game last year. And they just kind of did the same thing again. So yes, the Badgers not able to chew up the Ducks in those final few plays. Georgia drops the hammer on the Vols. South Carolina suddenly becoming the new powerhouse in the SEC here now that it's too late. But they're certainly being a wrecking ball for everybody else. Couple more little highlights on that. See if I can't pop a little more texture on these flagstones out here, and again that helps to hide those layer lines. Well, of course, we also cover Aussie rules football when that is still, when the season's still going. They're in the off season now. And it's fantastic because now there's college football on Friday nights, and I think there's even college football on Tuesday nights. I think I could swear there's even Wednesday night games. More games, more better. I think we've gotten just about all of these flagstones with this extra little bit of texturizing there. Yeah. Oh, let me get the roof on here because we need to do some more stuff on the chimney. Almost forgot about that. Let me get some of this dark down in here. Alright, first, let me get this cleaned up off to the side. So 3 hours ago, this had nothing but primer on it. Yep, it was only primer, no paint. And that was just a matter of hours ago. Pretty much that's how it's been with all of our little Hobbit holes here. Generally about a 4.5 to 5 hour stream or so. And we've also painted not just the Hobbit holes, we've also painted some of the farm fields to go with them. So now we're starting to get some of the later stuff here on the chimney. Alright, look, see, we got a blending brush here. We're going to take that and we're just going to push that around. Dr. Gunn, of course, what really caught fire here was the Commodores because a goalpost kept ending up in the Tennessee River. So yeah, Vandy was doing some. It was doing some serious damage in the early season as well. The SEC is it's the Cannibal Conference. The Big Ten almost was today. Well, of course, the Big Ten will be next week when you have the Hoosiers and the Buckeyes. Again, this is the Wappleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. So yeah, there was a good start for Tennessee, and it all pretty much went downhill from there. I think actually Georgia kind of had the Michigan effect going on. They had been kind of embarrassed, well, by Ole Miss, and they had been on a long road trip. I'm guessing that's kind of a national champion type schedule there. Now we're going to take some of this darker stuff, go back to our chimney right in here, because that's somehow, there we go. So look at this thing. That is not quite right. Alright. And that's good enough. We'll get rid of this. So we can get to the interior in here. With... Ooh, okay. That was going to be way too late. I have to get back over here and do some of this. Okay. Also, we need a definite dry brush here. Either Artemichael. So Artemichael, I didn't get a chance to see if there were any new Emmy SPG lakes today. Obviously, what was it? Yesterday was all about the magic and the heroic actions. So yeah, I don't know if anything new dropped today. Like, okay, the pre-orders next Saturday. Again, it was a college football Saturday, so that pretty much was going to take precedence over everything else. Also, anything I was doing on computers, all I was doing was looking at STL files and making build plates and all that kind of stuff. So I wasn't going to see anything on a computer there either. Alright, we're starting to get close to that. So if we're going to do that, it'd have to be some of our orange here. Some of that here. Now, Artemichael, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. And hopefully some of the new endeavors have been going well. Now that got too thick. So we'll just kind of wipe that away. Yeah, Forever Monday. That's not the place to be, right, Artemichael? Forever Monday. You don't want that. Now, Forever College Football Saturday, that sounds good. Forever Monday, not so good. Hey there, Rottweiler. Rottweiler, has there been any, is it still pretty much the same version that's been out for months? Because it wasn't about 3 months ago or so. That maybe I think there was a new whatever, a new update to it, and everybody was really playing the Valheim. Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Of course, Rottweiler, if you want to share, I know you got your. Oh gosh, wasn't the pumpkin? It was like a gourd golem, I think, right? If you want to post anything in the chat, I know you also been doing some 40k stuff too. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Arta Michael just shared. Yeah, if you want to share that there again, Rottweiler, please go ahead. Yeah, boy, Rottweiler, I was certainly hoping that I could be doing the Discord hangout stuff. Certainly by now, if not long ago. It's been tricksy. I'm trying to think the last time I had a chance to do a Discord hangout. Heck, I think it's been a couple of months since I was last able to do the. Was that the. Not the Miniature Painting Guild. Oh, the Council of Miniature Painters. Yeah, Monster Dens stream. Rottweiler, the other thing I have to do with, Rico or something is the. Use a tabletop simulator to play. Whatchamacallit? The War of the Ring board game, so that we can kind of get used to it. I haven't actually had a chance to play that yet. Right, we'll do this. Up here. So again, everybody check out the instant link that Artemico posted and that Rottweiler posted.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Let's also say hello to our newest little hobbit. That's just can't aim. Thank you so much. It's like, yeah, those orcs can't aim very well. Except when they're shooting at Boromir for some reason. He's like an arrow magnet. Thank you so much, just can't aim. Appreciate that. We actually had a 6 on our Gandalf. Oh, okay, that's a solid middle of the road. But yeah, we did actually have a 6. We had 4 of the 6s last night. That was insane. That was nuts. Did I put that over here? Where did that go? Here it is. So thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Just can't aim. Did I do... Yeah, we did do our dark over there. We did some dark around these. I'm going to maybe try to get a little bit more in there. So Rottweiler, I guess there's... I know some people use... I guess there's some kind of cheat codes or something like that. And I think, I don't know, were we talking about it? Was I talking about it with Arasu? Where I kind of just want to build all the cool stuff. And I think that's what some of the cheat keys let you do. Is that you could just kind of build things instead of having to be running around having to kill all the bosses and everything. You could just sit there and build all kinds of wild structures. Because, of course, we would have to make the Viking version of Minas Tirith and Barad-dûr. Yeah, like a 2,700 foot tall tower in Valheim. Because I've never actually played Valheim. I mostly just watched Kathy playing that. And then sometimes when she would be watching, say, Big Jim Slade and such, and the Pyro Club folks while they were playing that. And lighten up this a little more here too. There we go. Had to push some of that around. Now we need to get some of our later green down here. We haven't done that yet. Right under here. So Rottweiler, we really thought that the Badgers were going to pull off that miracle. While it seems like today BYU ran out of miracles. But there are some teams starting to discover that if you keep falling behind every single game, that is not really what you want to be doing. Hey, Denethor, glad you're still here. So, Denethor, if you want to share your sculpting links again, that was quite some time ago. It was practically when the stream started. Oh, about 3 some odd hours ago that you had a chance to do that. So everybody please give Denethor a follow along with Rottweiler. You can see how the oils just fill in those layer lines. Sorry about that, Rottweiler. Alright, we'll lighten that up a little. I can never remember, Rottweiler, if the Frozen 4 is before the NCAAs or is it afterwards? I know it's not during, at least I don't think it is. Nah. There. And of course, Denethor, I hope that all the setup stuff is with minimal hassle. And like I said, sometimes things like the emotes and the alerts and those other things, those are more pesky because again, ever since the beginning, we're supposed to have this sound here. Let me do this. Oh, it's this one here. Sorry. Sadly, we don't get that sound.
Hello, little hobbit.
We get that sound.
My God.
You know why? And they all came from the same source. Every single one of those alert sounds from the same source. So Denethor, I tried to mess around with the. I only had a matter of about 12 minutes to try and do some more AI generated music. That was what, about 7:40 in the morning or something like that again. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. Now, sometimes we get unusual visual results when we do the AI imagery, but those aren't physically painful the way the AI music generates stuff that's physically painful to listen to because it is out of tune, very discordant. Oh my gosh, it's brutal. I think we've got this stucco about as light as we can get it here. Don't want to do too much on the those stones down there. Gotta be careful with the leaves here on these veggie tables. We don't want those to get too light. but also trying to make them a little bit less with the warm green, because well, that's what our fence is over here. Again, everybody please check out that sculpting link that Denethor just posted. Please give Denethor a follow as well. And, oh, we need a little something more over here too. Let me get this brush. Here. Didn't get any of the slat texture on these guys, especially this one right here. Need to get something there. Remember, this is an FDM printed piece here, so there are layer lines to deal with. And again, we thank everybody who follows. We appreciate that. It does help to grow the channel here. So thank you so much for joining us. This is Hobbit hole number 6. The one we did last night is right here in my hand. So a little bit of a lumberjack theme. We had a blacksmith one. We've got one with it's got kind of a stable. And of course, we're going to say that this house belongs to Bilbo Bannanigans here. Yeah, Denethor, the Pyro Club, they had their server going. I guess like Big Jim's, like he had built an entire, like a port city where everybody could kind of hang out and stash their stuff and whatever. That was like a massive port, like concrete docks or something like that. It was pretty crazy. And lots of portals so that I guess you could just kind of get around that world very quickly. Denethor, now that I have that, well, I think the 3x3 photo, but that's not going to be enough to contain them all. But I can set them up on the terrain board, and that's what I'm hoping to do. But what I really, well, this will be dry by this time tomorrow. So what I want to do on Tuesday, I think, is try to film that video where we're adding all of the flock and foliage to our Hobbit holes here. Actually, that's right, Denethor. The very first piece of music that I did in the AI music generator was essentially my own version of the Shire theme. Because needless to say, you can't use that if you're going to be, posting a YouTube video or whatever. Doesn't matter how short it is. So yeah, I basically kind of created my own version of the Shire theme. So Denethor, yeah, this is kind of like our Easterling city. I mean, we literally have an entire Easterling city now, and that just got immensely bigger because I have 3 giant buildings to add to it. Actually, I've got in our imprintable terrain. Geez, I almost forgot about that. Our imprintable terrain is working on some fantastic Rohan buildings that are going to be right around this size, I think. So who knows? And of course, you've got Conquest Creations doing the Kickstarter for the Rivendell terrain. I actually have one of those pieces printed already, and that should fit on stream. It's going to be a challenge, but I think it should fit on stream. Especially if I don't know, I might do a modification here. if I put down a bigger one of these guys, I only have one of those though. Now it can only be so big because my palette is, you can see my hand. See where that's going? That's where my palette is. It's actually off to my right hand side, which is, it still to this day is weird for me to look and see in the upper left hand corner the palette. It's also not oriented the same way. So what you see over here is the lower left hand corner. That to me is the upper left hand corner. Even after all this time, yeah, over here, that's the upper right hand corner. And it's also oriented vertically. So yeah, instead of being like this, it's actually like this. And it's off to the right hand side, not the left hand side. And it was all those years ago, literally 4 years, over 4 years ago, and I was painting that one half life size bust. It was so huge, I used to have my palette sitting right over here. Needless to say, it's not there anymore. I think I've gotten my lighter greens out there. Oh, wait. Look at this. There's a whole bunch of nothing there. We're going to really try and get back over here into that sort of yellowish brown again. Try and put a little something over here, and that's actually mixing. Look at this. See that darker color on the end of the brush? That's the glaze stuff that we put on there basically 3.5 hours ago. 3.5 hours ago, we hadn't even started this yet. Now, if you want to see some of the boats, I've got the Elven boat that is up on the YouTube channel now. Basically, took that stream and I cut it down. I think from 4.5 hours down to 2.5 hours. I think the midship section where there's the oars and stuff, yeah, I think we've got the bow and the stern section, the oars. I figured, you know what, that there was 16 of them. There was 20 actually. That was repetitive enough. I think that was simple, and I was mostly just dry brushing there. I focused on the bow and the stern. Okay, now that those really looking much more like barrels there. And of course, Denethor, when I first started out, it was my homemade wet palettes. Because it was, yes, the original streams were all acrylic. And of course, Denethor, there was the cookie decorating stream. We haven't done one of those again. I don't think we'll be able to now. There's not really the space for it. And I remember having to really clean down the area to make it food safe. That was back in 2020 when I was first streaming. So yeah, that was the one and only cookie decorating stream. That's why we ended up doing all the ornament painting. So get ready for it. I mean, it's coming up. Where's our? There we go. Yep, we're gonna be painting ornaments again. Best planet. And of course, here's our New Year's Eve stream, as always, painting planet Earth. We ring in the new year in every time zone. I think last year we did miss 6 by a couple of minutes. I think I was like 6 minutes shy of being able to get the Eastern time zone. So we ended up doing, obviously, Central. I think we ended up going all the way to the Let's see. It was it's like to Hawaii, something like that. Get a little more of that lighter texture out here. We can't really see too much in between the slats over there, so we don't have to worry about that too much. Ooh, this. There's nothing here, just dark. Let's have a little something on that front face of that box or crate or whatever it is. Not sure what that's supposed to be. I'm guessing that's probably some kind of vegetable out there. Let me do something with that. Let's try that little bit of our green here. Maybe something lighter now. Like that. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense having no shading on there whatsoever. So keep in mind we will be returning to our Armada Mondays. We've got some more 1/1800 scale ships that we'll be painting, and also with the oils. Do this. Not yet, Denethor. Well, believe it or not, it wasn't until this year that I actually made the cookies again. It had been, well, 2020 was the last year I was able to even make the Christmas cookies. But now we can do that again. Lighten this up down here just a touch more. Let me try some of this mixed with our supercharged burnt umber there. I don't remember. I think Denethor, it is saved as a highlight. Actually, Denethor, it would be. I think you could search that now via that new site that Ryan created. I think you could. I think you might be able to find it there. Ironically enough, Denethor, I can't use that. I can't really use it to see any Patreon stuff because I'm not actually subscribed. since it's my Patreon page, which is hilarious. Remember, Ryan and I were kind of laughing about that last night or the night before. That I kind of have to rely on other people to look at it for me because I can't actually really look at it. At least not when it comes to any Patreon stuff. Yeah, just to test it, I tried to look at some Patreon sites and it wouldn't let me. So you do actually have, if you want to see the Patreon vids, you do actually have to be subscribed. And of course, if you do subscribe to the Patreon page, well, you better be ready to binge a lot because there's over 2,000 hours worth of videos on there. Pretty sure that's you get a little bit more than you get on Netflix for a whole lot less. I'm going to see if I can't get a little bit of the lighter yellow-ish orange right around here. You know what? Actually, I could get some of the orange down in there. Let me get rid of this brush first. Just get this paint out of here. One sec. I'll roll with this. We'll use some of the pure orange, some of the Naphthol Scarlet, and that's gonna do a little something right there. A little bit of orange in here. Pretty good over here. And then out here, I gotta do a little something with that. With some of our orange. Couple little indications of that orange being there. Now, Dr. Gunn, well, one of the things that I want to do, I think you've heard me talk about the CathyCon event there. Well, I do actually have a Zoom account, Dr. Gunn, and I was hoping to be able to do some special, again, for CathyCon, to do some special, like almost Zoom meeting type online classes there. And the nice thing about the Zoom is that there's basically a chat function like there is here, so that way people can ask questions. They don't have to, try and talk over me or wait for me to stop or whatever. They can just kind of type in those questions. And it's so basically like a Twitch session just for private viewing or something like that. And I also want to do something where it's an STL file, and there's multiple, the sculptors that I work with, there's a bunch of them that have said, well, would you want a file that you could, goes to the patrons, they print it out, and then we could all have a, 10, like a weekend workshop kind of thing there, Dr. Gunn. So where it would be like a deep immersion weekend type thing. So that way nobody has to travel somewhere. But we all have the same, well, roughly the same stuff. We wouldn't necessarily have the exact same paints, but we would have very similar brushes, very similar paints, and we would all have the same bust or miniature or whatever it is we're going to use. So Denethor, I figured the at least the army painter. Now there's other ones like the special painting busts level, like the ones where you actually get the physical stuff. I was thinking those could be a good way to reward those folks, is something like that, and we would just kind of do one of those type of sessions. So for the folks again that have, like, there's maybe one or two folks that have the painting busts, whatever, the $200 thing, I think. Well, what if it was, they get the file, and then we all have a little painting session together. The Patreon page originally, what was it, 6 years ago, whenever I first started it, it was supposed to be about kind of doing that classroom type thing. Obviously things happen. Also too, the scheduling of it was too difficult, and we also didn't have things like the STL files. Like, how was everybody going to get the same thing? Now it's much more possible for everybody to have the same thing to work on. Now what these things are, I might actually have to get a little bit of orange on the edges of these as I'm looking at it. And that would just be the pure orange here. And of course, we just put the latest video up. That was yesterday before the stream. That was our episode 3 of our Lizardman Mega Series, We are doing the skink raptor riders all in oils, and we are doing each skink and each raptor in a different color. It's a mega series because it's going to be at least 7 episodes long instead of the usual 5. Every army painting series, again, usually 5 episodes long, and it always begins with basing. So yes, indeed. I think I had to renew that Zoom membership. So far, I think we've only used it for some charity stream or some charity things or whatever. What do we got here? Whoops, wait a minute. Get a little teensy touch of the orange out here, whereas here we've got that really kind of like yellow over there. Can we put a bit more over here as well as that one? We definitely need some more over here. That's really close to that fireplace. So let's get to our orange here. Nope. There. Guess I need to lighten this up a little more. Where's my... Yeah, a little bit of the yellow into that. That's the opaque yellow, by the way. These stones over here, we need to... especially now that we got the orange on these guys. Yep, there's another couple of stones here that I just want to get the edge of that. That one's kind of raised up there, so we probably need to hit that one too. I think when we do it, there we go. See, we can get rid of the shine there. Boy, does that make a difference. Getting rid of that shine. And that all goes away pretty much on its own. There's some colors, Severus blue, Phthalo green. Those can the quinacridone magenta. Those can actually be a little bit on the shiny side even after they've dried. And that is where's our anti-shine here. You can just brush this stuff on. Army Painter anti-shine. Now I don't. I'm not going to seal these at all because again, it's oil paint for one thing. Second of all, the FDM, this black matte PLA, it really absorbs in there. I mean, it just totally absorbed in there. So I don't even bother. Paint's not coming off here. I could literally try to scrape it off. It would not come off. Here it has returned. I'm sure you've done the usual post-stream ritual. And I'm sure that it feels a whole lot better. I actually might do the same thing myself here after the stream. I think so. You hit this too. Down here. So getting some of my lighter up here on the fence post. Let me see what I can do on the door here. Lighten up you a little more. Like that. touch more of that over here. You know, I think I already have a decent amount of dark in here. Let me take some of my Van Dyke brown, some of the Corbett green. No, we got that pretty much dark as we need it there. Nah, this can be a little darker. And oh yeah, that one too. All right, good. Well, maybe I don't have to get that quite as dark as I was thinking. This I might hit a little more. Maybe even around the chimney there, we'll darken that a bit. I'm tempted. Let me try some of this on here. Let me take some of this green, some of this. Because our barrel there is a little too much of the yellow consistently all the way through. I want to get rid of a little bit of that yellow. And the green is not going to look like green. It's just going to look like kind of a grayish brown color. And of course, Irid, if you want to share your links in chat again, please go ahead. That will be fantastic. Back to the screen again. Well, especially down here on the bottom of the barrel where maybe, again, the ground, you know, the water's bouncing up off of there, right? Just put a little bit of that green on the wood over here. It makes wood look more like wood if it has a little bit of gray in it. Just saying. I'll lighten this up just a teensy bit there. That's as dark as that can go. You know, I might throw some more darks around these rocks down in here in the deeper portions. Instead of trying to make the lights later. And there's no way I could paint that without my self-painting brush here. There's no way I could actually get my hands down in there. So I have to practically hold the brush almost at the end. We got just 2 fingers on that brush. And now we're going to put our darks in there. Like, as in our darkest darks. Maybe even a little bit more into the door on that door. I would like to get a little something on that window. Maybe not the orange. Maybe something like this. Here, there's that. And our little umber type color there. Respect the umber. That has a little bit of warmth to it, but not quite firelight warm, if you see where we're going with that. Let's see if I can turn. There we go. Now that's still not quite light enough. All right, let me just go a little further with it then. If it's too much, we can always take that down a little bit. And we're, well, we don't have a green thumb. We have a green pinky. There you go. Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared, and of course the fabulous dice towers. I think Irid, does that make about 9 of those now that you've done? Because I think you finished off 2 more, right? Today on stream. I'm thinking somewhere between 7 and 9 of those are done now. Now that might be getting a little too light up there. So 5, okay. So, well, I know you. I think you wish you had 9 of them done. You wouldn't hate that. Because you've been working hard on those for, geez, I forget how many weeks you've been working on those. I don't know if you really get any non-streaming time, though, to sneak a little extra work in on those. I might try to get a little bit more of my light orange bright and see. Now we've got some of the orange on that face. I want to get a little touch more over here. Yeah, because you do the 2 streams per week, right? Your Thursday 7 Pacific and your Saturday 7 Pacific. And again, everybody please give Air to Can Wave a follow. I'm going to try and dingy that up a little bit. So it's kind of the level of lightness that I want, but not as much of the orange there, I think. Do I have some of this. Again, that is going to go on this edge here, a little bit more on the wall there, and maybe even on that beam. Touch more on the side of that beam too. You know what? I think I might put a little bit of orange down here on the bottom of that. Yeah. These stones, they gotta have something, and I might as well just put a little bit of the orange firelight on there. Just a little something. Over here, yep, I'm gonna get some dark on this. Let's get something darker over here. Some of these stones got a little bit wider. I mean, that kind of is in shadow over there anyways. Okay, you can't get, and this is a longer handle brush. Here, look at, compared to our usual liner brush. So I'm holding it right about there. It's harder to get any further away from it. And that does provide a very relaxed grip on that brush. It does mean that my hand not going to get quite so tired or sore or whatever quite so soon. Let me get my roof on here. I just want to make sure that that board going across. Okay, that pretty much is going to match, I think. Oh no, I'm gonna get that really deep there. I'm gonna get some of the keep wanting to call that shadow gray. Now that's the Payne's gray from Williamsburg. And we're gonna try to really hit that with some solid dark here. All along that edge. Touch more of our dark all the way along this down under here. So that's going to give this a little bit of turn, and then hopefully when we put the static grass and flock and all that other good stuff on there, it's going to create even more of a, it's going to catch more light here, right, sticking out there. I mean, we could just leave them as they are, or even maybe just put our foliage on here. I'm not quite sure. I think we'll put the foliage on these parts first in our videos as I'm thinking about it, because you know, in a video I'm going to have to handle that pretty roughly and move it all weird angles. So I think the roofs will actually be the last thing that we do. And again, that video is going to be for the Patreon page. Get this, yeah, I'll just do that darker right there. Okay, over here. More of our dark underneath the fence post here. Yeah, that works. Is that a... Might have been a little hot glue thread right there. These, I'm gonna get a little bit of the lighter orange here on these carrots here. Let me do that real quick. That is that's gonna be our orange there, the pure orange mix with a little bit of our radiant yellow. At first I wasn't sure those were carrots, but the more I look at them, like, yep, those are carrots. And I think our pumpkin is good to go now. I think the bananas are pretty rock solid. I think they are very much approved by Bilbo Bannanigans there. Do I? Oh, I have that over here, don't I? No, that'd be too much of the orange there. I was gonna put something lighter on that pumpkin, but we're gonna not do that. I'm gonna see if I can get my... Where's that brush we were using here? Ah, there it is. Some of the ice blue, some of our Mars yellow deep, mix that together. Right up here towards the top of the barrel. And then on the top of the barrel, let me see if I can lighten this up here. What I'm trying to do, and this doesn't actually exist there, I'm trying to create different boards on there. There's no such thing. There are some little lines of texture there, but nothing that really indicates, okay, this is a separate board or whatever, like I'm trying to do here. Okay, there we go. So some distinct boards there. That was not there. That's all just painted on. Sometimes you gotta sculpt with your paintbrush. And that's what we just did there. To the ice blue. That's one of our richest in colors. Again, if there were such a thing as radiant indigo, it would be that, the ice blue. Right along the top edge of that. Let's get some on the top here. Nope. Just get rid of that, and we'll try it again. That's the fabulous thing about the oils, is that it's almost like you can erase those. Just like over here, we're just going to take some of our brushes here, and we're just going to basically erase that. And we're going to be putting, look at this, the fabulous, it's basically dirt. We'll just be adding dirt where we have dirt. And lighten up that one part. There we go. So now you could barely see those individual slats in the barrels. Now that's a way to make something that's FDM printed look like more like it's resin printed. Let's get our little bit of the light up here. Now I'm just going to use let's use our dry brush thing for that. That just makes way more sense. Like that. Got some of the ice blue. No, let me get some of our yellow into that. I'm just going to drag this across here. On the top, and good to go. Now we'd like to do a little bit of dry brush stuff on that with our Van Dyke Brown, and it's got to be very dry. Almost a little bit of streaking here. You could use weathering powders there too. So, roof goes away. Now let me try some more of that lighter yellow down here on our ground. Over here too. Just trying to make this seem more raised. There you can really see it now. And the other fun thing you could do to weather this is you could take some, the weathering powders, and then you could get some brown, almost like the dust or mud has been kicked up onto the slats of the fence there. You could do that too. Now, what I haven't done is put any kind of rusty stuff. Let me see if I can do that here. Let me get rid of this brush. Just gonna get the paint out of there. Get it out of the way, and that is what these are for. So this is one of those 18 zeros. It's not quite frontline service worthy anymore. But it is a way that we can do something like this. Again, almost like a little bit of a rusty type of pin line wash in some places. It's beat up enough that I don't feel bad about kind of potentially adding some more damage to it, but it's intact enough that I have some more precise control over it. Yeah, there we go. See a little bit of that kind of dark reddish brown. That's the asphaltum, and that is mixed with a little bit of our Mars red. Again, a super, super deep orangey brown. Get these guys on the inside here. Little something there. Yeah, alright, and we'll stop with that now. Let's see if we can do a little bit of that on the door. Window over here. These guys, same thing. Let me see if we can do these too. Because there's just not a whole bunch of color on these. Up here is when we put stuff like the static grass on these, so they kind of look like little chia hobbit holes. Because that's possible. Gotta do this one now. I see I must have hit that with my fingers, so I'm gonna take one of our brushes here. Just take the Corbet green. Suppose I gotta get a little bit more of that. Here we go. And that's taken care of now. More of our, again, that's a little bit of a dark reddish brown to it. And I'm gonna get a little bit more of my dark also. I see here. Right in there. That's another shadow area. That should be darker. There's another little, yeah, see that? We'll get rid of that. Bit of lighter orange right there. We don't want that there. Let me see what we have going on here. There we are. And more of that dark. I wonder, let me see something. Let me get this wood carving tool there. That's just, oh, that's some of our hot glue there. There we go. I think we got it out of there now. What is that weird thing that I'm painting there? Hey there, Neshlin. Nice to see you. Happy Sunday. So initially we got Hobbit hole number 6. Number 7 technically is already printed and sitting off to my left. Number 8 is printing right now. Actually, I wonder, oh, it might be done. Oh no, okay. We'll have to change the filament there. I'm not surprised. Get that a little bit darker on the edge there. Now we got these couple little nails or whatever that are kind of covered up here. We're going to try and see if we can work those in. So it's been pretty wild painting. Oh, and by the way, this is we officially are declaring this. This is Bilbo Bannanigans' house right here, because it's the only one that had a crate of nanners sitting out in front of the house. So we're gonna say that is Bilbo Bannanigans' house. Very, very crafty, cheeky hobbit. And when he throws that banana at you, and if it hits, well, you've slipped on a banana peel, and you are knocked prone. So if you do that to a horse, well, horse runs away, you go flying. Which would be really, really hilarious if you did that to the Witch King, riding around on his horse. I never really did get the lighter stones right by the door here, so we'll do that now. We can take in the ice blue. Whoops, not that much ice blue. Let's walk this back a little. Get some of that out over here. All right. Because we have some of it over here. We got the lighter stone over there. Now this could probably be a little bit more of our brown, mid-tone brown maybe. That is the supercharged burnt umber. That's the brown ochre, the reclaimed earth color from Gamlin. Thanks for posting a link to the Patreon page, Armor Wolf. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, we just posted the latest video to the Patreon page. I think that was on Friday. We've been doing a lot of experimentation with different materials. Been doing different sculpting stuff, also gap filling on resin prints. Using marble dust modeling paste. Because guess what? The plastic putty, which is from Vallejo, which is very expensive in a tiny little container, well, you can get a whole bunch of modeling paste, and basically it's the same thing. And if you add some plaster or marble dust to it, now it gets really, really thick and strong. Let me pull in a little bit more of our light on the edge of that. There we go, some more. But I have to change the filament on that printer also too. Well, it's been over 4 hours, and now it's about 3:15 in the a.m. Let's zoom out here and see what we've got. Let's zoom out a bit. Let's pull them this way. Let's do a film noir. Again, it's so funny that the stuff outside looks lighter than the stuff inside, but when we do this, when that color starts coming back, that's where it looks like this has some lighting to it. Now let's get our little roof on there, just because. And there you go, there's Hobbit hole number 6. Again, these are all from Miniatureland, printed out on a carbon or a bamboo X1 carbon with the Elegoo Black Matte PLA, which is a fabulous material for painting. So I do want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also, thanks for the raids. We appreciate the raids. I also want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. But yeah, I see I got the notice from the bamboo. It says you ran out of filament. You need to give me more filament or I'm not going to finish this print. So that's what we're going to do right now, is go get some filament on that. How's about we raid, I think, Battleforge Gaming again. Let's do that. So thanks, Denethor, for being here. Appreciate you being here. And again, good luck with setting up all the streaming stuff. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It always is, right? So thanks again, everybody. I'll see you in our Monday stream where we're painting our 1800 scale ships.